Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, old man who loves old things. Uh, Former Professor Current VTuber. I'm doing this completely out of order. I should have said current VTuber, former professor. That would have made a lot more sense. But yes. How are folks doing today? How are folks doing today? Let me just hit a few things here. There we go. That's better. That's better. Yes. I hope everyone here is having a lovely, lovely Friday. For my part, I would say I'm having a pretty good Friday. I am shocked to report, above all odds, against all odds, that my dinky little micro PC can in fact run Monster Hunter Wilds. I was shocked to learn this. I was actually kind of hoping it couldn't, uh, because if it couldn't, then I would be able to not spend $70. I did the benchmark test. And it said, if I put it on ultra graphics, it said no. But if I put it on lowest graphics, I got up to about 70 FPS. That said, I did not attempt running it while also running VRidger, VSUBE Studio, and OBS. So that might be a different question. I might want to test that out later tonight. I might want to test out what happens if I do something about that. Yeah, this stream is going to be pretty cursed. Yeah, VBridger's murder on me. I do have the replacement part for getting my gaming laptop up back to life is in the mail, and it should be better. Man, what I have ideas about what I would get as an ideal computer, and I know that I know that there are people in my life who hate my ideas about what I want from a computer. I know that the very least Nanomancer and Vexing Cat get really mad at me. Get really mad at me. When I talk about like what computers I've liked. No, I like Asus laptops. All of my favorite computers in my life have all been Asus laptops. Every single one of them. I want an Asus laptop. Those have been extremely kind to me. They have been. Every other computer I've owned has been unreliable. Has involved really dramatic compromises and has been a real pain in my ass. And what? That you're that upset? You're that upset? Yeah, my best laptop I ever had was my best computer I've ever had was an Asus G75 VW. Absolutely the best computer I've ever had by like by a mile. I mean, yeah, thank you, Tayami. See, thank you for backing me up on this. I like them. I like them. They're sturdy, and they have good cooling. They're sturdy. They have good cooling. That's very important to me. I am pretty rough on my hardware, if I'm being completely honest. I am not a kind owner. I am not a kind owner to my machines. I expect a lot out of the physical characteristics of my machines, a lot more than I expect out of their performance. I have more than once considered getting a Toughbook, because it's not as much as when I was younger, when I was doing like field work, and so like it's like, okay, so like what are some attributes I need for my computer? Emperor's Armpits. When I was doing field work, one of the modes of transportation that I used was a van that we were driving on unpaved roads, and about half of the passengers were holding on to the bike rack as their like seat. Was like they were standing on they had like a bar on the side of the van, and you held on to you put your feet on the bar and held onto the bike rack. So like it needs to be able to handle, like it's not as much true anymore. It's not as true anymore, but I used to do I mean, I used to do field work in some pretty poor areas of the world. And so that meant, like, you needed to, like, free climb while carrying everything you own. So, yeah, like I said, I've done some pretty, and that has given me bad habits, right? That has given me bad habits as a laptop owner ever since. That, like, the kind of laptop or machine that can handle, the kind of machine or laptop that can handle, I was in a different sort of rough terrain. I was in a different sort of rough terrain. I should get in the hellos. Actually, it wasn't that different from the Darien Gap in terms of actual roughness. It was just on a very different part of the world. I didn't get in my hellos. I didn't get in my hellos yet. I always get thrown off by this. I have this commitment, right? I have this belief that I'm not supposed to say hello to folks until I get started, until I'm like an hour in, because that's what Cali Calico does, and Cali Calico is my Oshi. But I just don't have the discipline for it. I can't do it. So I have to go back. I can't do it. Hello me. Hello Emperor's Armpits. Hello CRZ. Hold on. CASRQ. There we go. CASRQ. Hello CASRQ. Hello Humpter version 2. Hello Tayumisi. Hello Ariu Catharsis. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers, the soon-to-be lurkers, and the VOD watchers. I appreciate each and every one of you. This programming is impossible without support from viewers like you. That was very undisciplined of me. I really should have held off for another 20 minutes or so. As it stands, I know that Humpter and Emperor's Armpits are excited for this, and I know some other people are probably excited for this. I'm probably going to do the ramen part first, because I have the ramen partially made in the kitchen right now. I haven't put heat to it, so I will have to boil the water, and boil the ramen and stuff like that. But aside from that, like I've already done the stuff. I've already chopped the garlic, and mixed my additives. So it'll be ready as soon as it'll be ready after. It'll take me like 5-10 minutes, but I want to wait for folks to show up because I don't want people to miss that. And God, this is like almost certainly the best stream for somebody to do the funny thing. So I'm scared. I'm scared. This is like, oh, is it not on? Is it not enabled? Let me put it back on, because it is the like, of all the times. It's a Buldak, yes, Caesar. This particular one is a pasta because it's a dry ramen. I would say normally they are soups. I would say normally they are noodle soups. Now, by default, they are a noodle soup. Let me get over there, and yeah, because I think people, yeah, enable. There we go, and unpause. There we go. There we go. It's back. But yeah. It depends on if you evaporate the liquid. I'd say, it's, like I said, like if you're having a ramen soup, it's a ramen. I do like the Buldak 2X. Buldak 2X. It's pretty tasty. That's what we're going for today. But yeah, no, I was kind of hoping to weasel my way out of playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't think the 3X is not commonly available, and I'm not sure if it's vegan. I know the 2X is vegan. That's actually, I will not lie, as much as I have as much as I want to like show off and do all the cool stuff, as much as I want to show off and do all the cool stuff, the reality is that I am more committed to being vegan than I am to the bit. You have to find 3X in the special store. As it stands, I buy it off of Amazon because if I buy the 2X at the grocery store, it's $5 per package. Whereas if I buy it off of Amazon, it's $10 for a 5-pack. So it's absolutely not worth getting at any of the stores around me. It's extremely not worth it. Yep. Honestly, New York prices are not normally that bad, so that one like really surprised me. Like I normally get stuff at like pretty reasonable prices. Like I can usually get flour for $3 for a 5-pound bag. Potatoes are about $1 a pound, which I think is perfectly reasonable. Bananas are 79 cents a pound, which is perfectly reasonable. Yeah, how close are euros and pounds currently close enough that not euros and pounds, are euros and dollars currently close enough? Euro to USD. What's the current conversion rate? Oh, they're close enough that I'm not even going to try to do those calculations. I'm not even going to bother trying to do those calculations. Yeah, it's 1 to 103. About $2 in my region per pack. Yeah, and I mean, that's what it is on Amazon. That's pretty close to the one on Amazon, which I tried to list it on Throne. I don't think it actually successfully listed on Throne. I am such a bad cat. I am so bad for Throne. I am so... Oh, that is what I did add to Throne. Yeah, $11.99. Yeah, my Throne is... Oh, it's such a mess. Hydrate timer, Throne timer, Discord timer all should be active. But yeah, sometimes I think the Euro and the USD have tracked pretty decently. For most of the time the Euro has been around. It's not like the case with the Euros are not like nearly the same case as like the yen has varied very substantially. Obviously there's like you can get into like fun currencies like the lira and stuff like that are just like all over the place. But I think euros and USD have pretty much been 1-to-1 for pretty much as long as the euro's been around, so it's like pretty easy. Oh, hello bot. Thank you, Seribot. Seribot killed a bot. Seribot killed a bot. Thank you, Seribot. That one had a decent name. That poor guy. Somebody definitely ate an old person's account and puppeted it for grotesque purposes. I okay, whatever. But yeah, so the thing about Monster Hunter Wilds, right, is that I am currently faced with a bit of a path, right? I am at a bit of a fork in the road. I know that my normal streaming style is somewhat unusual, but I do like to do the normal streamer things, right? I do like to do the normal streamer things from time to time. I would like to have a easy to set up, easy to get people on board collab game, right? I'd like to have a game that I can do without like a lot of thought, that doesn't involve a lot of setup, that other streamers can jump in on easily, that viewers can watch really easily, that like I don't have to explain what the hell is happening all the time. I would like to have that, right? And I'm faced with a path. I have a path in front of me. I have three paths in front of me. One path is, of course, Rivals. Which I already play, right? I already play Rivals. I like Rivals. I don't... I don't, yeah, literally playing right now. Very real chance that I'll get on the server after this and play it. I like Rivals. I'm enjoying Magneto. It's funny to have me playing Magneto. It's a shame that I don't want to pay for the luxury battle pass because it's really ridiculous. So Rivals is one option. Civilization 7 is another option. Civ 7 is another option, right? Like, Civ 7 has a real coherence to it. Civ 7 makes a lot of sense for me to play in a lot of ways. It has the substantial problem of, I hate the underlying historical hypothesis that makes Civilization as a series. I despise it. On par with Total War for, like, strategy series that I just am like about. I honestly I played a lot of Civ 4. I actually competed in tournaments in Civ 4 tournaments, and I think I got second place once. So I've played a fair amount of Civ 4. I kind of prefer the 1 unit per tile. I genuinely do. I understand. I actually do respect the people who, like, will never forgive Civilization for giving up the 1 unit per tile. I understand. Especially because the 1 unit per tile implementation in Civilization is bad. Civ very much has multiplayer. Some of the people who my number one inspiration as a streamer in terms of, like, getting me to start streaming, Cleo IT does multiplayer Civ games all the time. One of my close streamer friends, Lady Saffron, does a lot of Civ multiplayer. Well, I don't think she does a lot of Civ multiplayer. She does multiplayer. She does also play Civ. I don't know how much Civ multiplayer she does. I can think of some other streamers that I would like to get close to that play a lot of Civ multiplayer. Tayamisi, you have no idea how much Age of Empires 2 I've played. Age of Empires 2 is competes with Warframe for my most played game of all time. Like, that's like the only real competitor. I have to say that, and actually one of my really good friends is a specialist in, you're giving me the chance to plug one of my friends. This guy, the Nando, he is an AoE specialist over on YouTube. And I've been on his channel several times where we've streamed, we've done several streams on his channel where we've discussed, where we've done critiques of replays, where we've done replay critique, which is really fun. I actually really like doing two-person replay critique. I have tried to play Age of Empires 2 on stream. It is so miserable. I am sorry. It sucks to play Age of Empires 2 on stream. It is so unsuitable for my streaming style. Genuinely, Emperor's Armpits will understand the extent of how crazy this is. I played Age of Empires 2 on stream. I tried to do some ranked ladder on stream. I got tilted in under an hour. I don't think, for people who are not familiar with me, you do not understand how hard it is to get me tilted while I'm streaming. That is so challenging. Yeah, we currently have 12 hours of me losing it to a single enemy in Dark Souls, and I didn't get tilted. Like, I am very difficult to tilt. I am very difficult to tilt. Age of Empires really did it. And it's, like, the thing is, like, Age of Empires is just extremely demanding, as a game. It is extremely demanding for for the streamer. And the real evidence that I like to use of how demanding it is for the streamer is that the best player in the world, Hera is the best Age of Empires player. It's not even close. He is the best player. There are some people who are, like, nipping at his heels, but he is clearly towering above them. Hera cannot do live conversation while he is playing Age of Empires. Like, you can watch his streams and he will spend 5-10 minutes at a time ignoring chat. He can't handle doing chat and playing the game at the same time. It is not my streaming style. It is a game that I think is super cool and that I love in a lot of ways. I have a lot of critiques of, but there's also a lot of things I love about it. I still watch... I very regularly watch T90 and Spirit of the Law videos, but I'm not playing it on stream. Turn-based strategy games I'll play on stream. Turn-based strategies I'll play on stream. Yeah, I was having a great time with Dark Souls. I was having a great time at Dark Souls. But no, Age of Empires like tilted me out so fast. I'm not gonna be streaming me playing Age of Empires. That one's a firm one. But yeah, Civilization is in consideration. And I mean, it would be Civ 7. It would be Civ 7, which is frustrating to me because that means spending a lot of money. And then, of course, there's Monster Hunter, right? Then, of course, there's Monster Hunter Wilds. And Monster Hunter Wilds has a couple of advantages over the others, right? Like, you know, there's advantages, there's pros and cons to all of these. And the problem is that I'm very indecisive. The problem is that I'm a very indecisive little fool. And yeah, I'm not entirely confident which one would be the one that I would really want to do. Because again, like, there's a lot of advantages to Rivals. A non-trivial advantage to Rivals, free to play. Non-trivial advantage. Cannot tell a lie, I do not like spending $70 on a video game. I know that video game prices have actually been increasing somewhat below inflation. So I shouldn't be too churlish. Well, and I started streaming because of Cleo. Cleo was the first person who made me kind of look at streaming and go, oh, this is something I can do. Rather than like, oh, this is something I like watching. Cleo was the person who was like, oh, wait, hold on. Turns out I'm actually not very similar to Cleo. As a streamer. Turns out I'm like not that... Like, we have some very surface level similarities, Cleo and I, but as streamers, we're actually pretty different. I am much more reactive to chat. She is much more sharp-witted. She's like much better at like dropping burns and jokes than I am. I am much more prone to going off on extremely long, digressive tangents about shit that I've been reading and keeping up with. I am not sharp-witted Emperor's Armpits. We all know this. I'm knowledgeable. I am soothing. I am kind. I do not get in good burns. I get in like one good burn every 6 months. And unfortunately, one of those was on Vivi a few months ago. I still feel bad about that. I still feel bad about managing to burn Vivi efficiently. Like, she wasn't even amused. She was just so stunned. She was like, what the hell? Yeah, that's true. She is becoming very Northern Lion-y. But I mean, we're all different people here. We're all different streamers here, and it's just kind of interesting, right? That I started from this position of being like, oh, I'm also a professor, and I also love history, even though I was a sociology professor, not a history professor. You know, people want to listen to this old, educated person just kind of go on and on about stuff they've learned and read and blah, blah, blah. And then it just turns out I just do it differently than Cleo. And part of that, when I was starting, was not understanding the differences between different types of streamers. Not understanding, like, what a streaming style is, what a streaming voice is, what the art form is. Having a poor understanding of the art form when I started, because I did not spend a long time as, like, a viewer before I got into it. Because I'm very much that type of person. I'm very much a person who I am very much a person who dives into doing things, who, like, I struggle to watch sports because I'm like, why am I not playing sport? Why would I want to watch sport when I could play sport? Which is, you know... why would I want to watch the sport when I could play it? Why would I watch a marathon when I could run a marathon? And the answer to that one is I actually cannot run a marathon. I do not think that I could run. I think I would probably get fully gassed out by the halfway mark. I think I'd just be completely gassed. Rethink the marathon. You've done a marathon, right, Emperor's Armpits? You've done a marathon. Do a half. I could probably do a half. I don't think I could do... I don't know if I could do a full. With my current level of fitness. I can run 10 kilometers pretty casually. I can run 15 if I'm in a good mood. I haven't run much further than that, so I think I could do a 20 without... I think a half is 20 kilometers, right? 21 kilometers? Am I correct on that one? Yeah, it's 21 kilometers. Yeah, I could do that. Now the pictures are cheap, so I might get some shots. Ooh, nice. I mean, but Emperor's Armpits, consider the content. Consider the content of the marathon-a-thon, where I run a marathon on stream. I use like a Strava reporting, and have somebody else do dispatching, and I run a marathon. The marathon-a-thon. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool too. I would need to have a good dispatcher. I have people who I can think of who I would trust with that. I do have some people who I think I could trust with being a dispatcher for that to, like, and it could be like a real ass AM radio style thing where people forward calls to me and stuff like that. That would be pretty. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it would be pretty cool, but I'm not physically there yet. Physically speaking, I've got a ways to go. My long... Hello, Scaldy. My long distance fitness is, needs a little bit of work. It's not terrible, but I'm never, like, improving in a consistent manner. I'm kind of like... I hit a plateau, and then I kind of stop doing it for a while, and then I fall back down to struggling to complete 5Ks, and then I get back into completing 5Ks pretty trivially, and I get up to, like, can do 10Ks if I can make the time for it. And then, you know, just kind of yo-yos back and forth between, like, 32-minute 5Ks and 25-minute 5Ks. Yeah, exactly. To train long, you have to train long. Yep. And so it's more a matter of, like, being consistent about doing my training on a regular basis. And I'm not training super hard, right? I'm just being an old guy who is trying to keep his body in shape. That's all I'm really doing. That's really all I'm doing. Is that I am... that's really all that it is I just kind of, I run 15-20 kilometers a week. I am running to keep my anxiety low is the most important one. To keep my anxiety low, to keep myself from feeling scrungly. Like, you feel all scrungly if you don't exercise. I don't know how people tolerate it. You feel, like, tied up in, like, in a knot, and it sucks. And to keep my blood pressure low. Keep my blood pressure low, my anxiety low. Keep my knees from falling apart. That's pretty much why I run. I'm not really, like, running for... I in theory have goals, but they're very abstract goals. They're not goals I'm training super hard on. And I definitely could, and I probably should, because there's definitely going to be a point where no amount of training will overtake the ravages of time. There will be a point in my life, probably sooner than I want it to be, where no amount of training will get me able to actually finish a marathon. without like destroying my body. So I should probably take it a little bit more seriously before I lose control of that. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that. But yeah, I always recommend people. Yeah, I can push it further the earlier I start. Yep, that's true. That's true. I've been running for years at this point, so that I've probably pushed it back a decent amount. I will say that 20 kilometers a week doesn't feel long to me. 20 kilometers a week doesn't feel long to me because when I was keeping up, when I was doing a good job, I was doing 70 kilometers a week a couple years ago. So like 3 or 4 years ago, I was doing like 70 kilometers a week pretty consistently. So 20 kilometers a week feels pretty small to me. And there's one absolute psycho in my online like running discussion group. There's one, the total psycho in there runs like 120 a week. That guy's crazy. That like stresses me out to think about running like 120 kilometers a week. That's like, that's like a lot. Well, I mean, you were training for a marathon in a pretty like devoted way. You weren't like running to run. What was your time? Or do you mean like you just felt awful? I'm kind of curious what your time was. Cause like that's the thing that like I think about with like doing a marathon-a-thon is that like how long would I be running? Like 6 hours, probably. 6 hours sounds reasonable to me. 4 hours 50? That's not bad. That is not bad, man. That is pretty good for somebody who is not like a dedicated, deliberate runner. 450 is no slouch. Like I was expecting you to say like 6, 7, 8. Like when you say like my results reflect that, I was expecting like 6, 7, 8. Like no, like 450 is not bad. 450 is not bad at all. That's a very respectable time. That's a very, very respectable time. But yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Seeing old geezers speeding past me. I mean, at the moment it would not be me, but yes. At the moment, not me. I mean, that's one of those funny things, right? It's like I've seen people be like, oh, you know, like you can't run after like 40 because it'll blow out your knees. And it's like I see runners who are like 80 all the time. like I see runners who are like ancient all of the time. There's definitely a point where like there are definitely some runners where the concern with them running is like if they trip and fall. They're getting to the ages where like a fall is like the main hazard. More than anything else. Like, that's something that's very, that becomes a very pressing concern at a certain point in a person's life. They on some Athenian shit. I mean, remember that, like, the guy who ran the original marathon, he just died. Like, he just died from that. Yeah, he said one word and just died. Which, like, arguably, I mean, probably it's just this an apocryphal story that was dramatized. That's probably what the truth of the matter is. But, I mean, you could also take that as a lesson in, like, I partially, to the extent that I think it's historically likely, the most likely explanation I have for that is, he probably didn't cool down. And you can, like, very fit people can die from not cooling down. If you don't do a cool down, if you hard stop on doing really hard cardio, you are taking you are really putting your heart at risk. So like, yeah, if you are doing long distance running, always make sure that you've got like a couple of minutes at the end of your run to just walk. like always walk in the last like 5 minutes. Please, the Greeks would never embellish stories that were historical record. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That would, yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah. What can I say? what can I say? I mean, it's a the obligatory Brett Devereaux mention for Brett Devereaux getting really mad about Lysander being treated like a historical figure. When people do like rundowns of like great lawmakers, they'll include Lysander, who like is about as historical as like Ajax. Like or Perseus. Like he's like Perseus or Ajax level historical. So like it's like he's like justifiably cranky about that. Justifiably cranky about that. I think it's funny. I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty amusing. Yeah, love to hydrate. But yes. So I don't know. My almost daily advice to get your exercise in, get your cardio in. Time for another brew of tea. I am currently contemplating if it's time for me to take a step away and start cooking. I don't have the cooking station set up for my stream. That would be really difficult. But we might be looking at we might be getting into time for that. I was kind of hoping to hold out for an hour. You had too much coffee today? Oh no. Oh, and my day was defined by a kind of ridiculous situation where one of the pipes in my building burst. And I was the person who was closest when it happened. So I ended up being the one who was like contacting the plumbers and like and stuff like that. My landlord paid for everything. I didn't have to pay for anything, but it did mean that I lost a lot of sleep. It did mean I lost a lot of sleep and that we had about 12 hours where we couldn't flush toilets. So that stank. That stank. But yeah. Yeah, and well, again, not my responsibility because it's that's the responsibility of my landlord, and so I didn't have to pay for anything, but I did have to like have a kind of stressful time where I was like, okay, how much water do I have, et cetera, and I was kind of thrown because I'm not from New York, right? I'm not from New York, and so I was expecting like multiple days, right? That was my expectation, was multiple days in which we wouldn't have water. So like I was like trying to like ration things out, and I went down to the store to buy oat milk and stuff like that, and then like it was fixed within like 12 hours. It was like, oh, I could have gotten through this on like one water bottle and like some hand sanitizer. I would have been fine. I definitely over prepared for this. Extremely dad core moment of me to be like, oh, there's a minor inconvenience. That means it's time to go into like full survivalist mode, full survivalist prepper mode. You know, we gotta make sure X, Y, and Z things are all accurate. I am Midwestern originally. I am from the Midwest originally. I live in New York City now. But I'm from the Midwest. I'm from the Midwest. I am from the kind of places where you can get sunburn and frostbite in the same day. I am from the kind of places where I've had icicles form on my beard. Kind of weather. Yeah, I'm from that kind of part of the country. Yeah, very Midwestern behavior. Extremely Midwestern behavior. Yeah. I did not open my bug out bag. I was not that panicked. And currently my bug out bag situation is poor. I need to revisit my bug out bag situation. I need to revisit the bug out bag situation and make a Because I've got a backpack that I don't use for anything, right? I've got 3 backpacks, and one of them I like never use. And I could put like passport, cash, 2 changes of clothing, some spare, my medical history. I could do that. That would be very easy. That would be like a half-hour worth of work. I just need to do it. I just haven't done it. I just haven't done it yet. I've had bug out bags in the past. I just currently don't at the moment. Yeah. Oh, okay. Stretching out a little bit here. There we go. Not a nice little cough there. A nice little cough in, and I feel pretty good now. But yeah. Like I said earlier, I'm always cooking. I'm always thinking. I'm always trying to think ahead because I'm the type of person who always likes to be prepared and always likes to think ahead. And yeah, still not entirely sure whether I should spec into, because I feel like I feel like I'm looking at an RPG tree. I feel like I've got an RPG tree in front of me, and I've got one skill point that can go one of 3 ways. I've got a special skill point that can only be used on Marvel Rivals, Monster Hunter Wilds, or Civilization 7. Those are my options, and I need to make a choice. I know that it doesn't matter for the next couple of weeks. For the next couple of weeks, I probably don't have to give a crap, because 1,000. I think I'm halfway through 1000X Resist, and I want to get that knocked out pretty soon. I want to plow, because it's a long game. It's actually pretty long. I've done 2 very long streams, and I'm only like halfway through. So I do want to kind of get through that one. And then we've got Dark Souls, and then we've got the Dark Souls. We've got Suffering. We've got the big Suffercore game for me, or for chat. For me, it's fine. For chat, it's Suffercore. So those are kind of my options in front of me. But once I get to the end of Dark Souls, it would be nice to be more of a normal streamer for a while. It would be more of a normal streamer for a while. It is always fun to hear people's different reactions to it. Nanomancer had to step away from his computer. I forget who was it who described it as a spiritual experience. I know that Mora Sensei said it was the most angry she's ever been, which is a really high bar. So I'm very proud of myself for that one. But yeah. Like what do? I mean, obviously there's also Balatro. I do like Balatro, but I don't really like streaming Balatro super much. This is kind of biasing me towards Monster Hunter Wilds, which sucks. Because that one I have to spend money on. And my computer can barely run it. So, like... But yeah, in terms of my streaming style, Monster Hunter Wilds definitely has, like, some advantages for how I stream. Lots of downtime. The relatively even pace. You know, downtime game with an even pace where I don't actually have to think very hard tend to be the best games for me, because then I get to talk with you guys, and then I get to talk about what I'm thinking about outside of the game. Whereas if I'm doing like Balatro or something, I'm like locked in. Hello, Beautiful Angel. Welcome in. Good to see you here. Thank you for keeping me company the other night while I was rambling about Daria in the main chat. So that was nice. Yes. It's good to have you here. Though we are heading into Daria the TV show. It is the TV show I've probably watched the most in my life. It is feeling a little bit better. I can tell that there's some rasp to it. It is a little bit... I have worn it down pretty hard. I've been streaming very hard this week, right? This has been a much more intense schedule than I usually do. I kind of want to intensify my schedule in general, but in part, I just also wanted to make a lot of progress on a lot of different strands, notably on getting through subathon redeems was like a big one that I I'm gonna get through 3 of them this week. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I got through 3 of them this week. I actually completed a for real no shit calligraphy comm. Yeah, we've got knitting. We've got knitting coming tomorrow. We have knitting coming tomorrow. I am excited. I am excited. That's like one of those skills that I feel like I should have that I don't have. But yeah, I streamed pretty hard this week. I streamed pretty hard this week. That I have been, I need to work on it. I need to get used to it again. I need to get used to streaming like this. Next week will probably be slightly less intense, but that's just because obligations outside of streaming mean that I can't do Tuesday or Wednesday. I just flat out can't do Tuesday or Wednesday. I like have to do other things Tuesday and Wednesday. So like I'm going to be doing other things those days. Hello, Nocturnal Ash. Hello, Nocturnal Ash. You did just come here as I am about to take a break. I am going to take a break partially to use the bathroom, but also it is time. It is time for me to cook. It is time for me to cook, and I have an induction cooktop, but I don't have any induction cookware, so I'm going to have to cook in the kitchen. And then I'll come back with the spicy ramen. So, give me uno momento, and I will be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. A little bit later than I expected. A little bit later than I expected. I apologize for that. Let's put away you, and let's. You don't need to see the keyboard. You're not here to see a keyboard. You are here to see a steaming bowl of ramen. You are here to see a steaming bowl of ramen. So yes. Gotta keep it moving a little bit because it is a little bit too hot to eat. Right now, gotta give it a minute, but if you let it sit too much, it'll stick together really bad. It'll stick together really bad, and because of the type of person I am, you might be able to see I've put in some scallions. I don't think it's obvious that there's some, garlic in there. There's some fresh garlic. There's some fresh garlic in there. Let me, you know what? Let's pull this in a little bit. Ow. Pinch my own finger on my own gimbal. And let's refocus you. Nah, let's refocus you again. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't add an egg. Oh, thank you, Tayamisi. Thank you, Tayamisi. I love this sweater, and I have learned that the company that does it seems to have discontinued the line. So I was going to buy another one of this sweater, but in like blue or red. And you can't buy them. You can't freaking buy them. I'm very disappointed by this. I'm very, very disappointed by this. I'm very, very disappointed by this. But yeah, this is, hold on a second. I forgot to grab the packaging just to prove it. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. And I'm back. But yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay, we're good on music. We're good on music. Yeah. That's what I got. That's what I got. The Buldak double spicy. Turns out this is, in fact, vegan. Which is pretty crazy to me. So... Let's start having a little bit of it. Is this too close or too far away? Because I tend to pull it up pretty high, in order to, you know, make sure that the noodles separate out. Noodles are not separating out enough for my tastes. Not like you harvest. That would be strange, yeah. That would be strange. It's not Monster Hunter logic. Yeah, typical New Yorker going for the cheese stretch even on noodles, yep. Well, is that improper technique for eating? Oh, geez, I got on my camera. Got some spicy sauce got on the light. I think we gotta move up the camera a little bit. Gotta give myself a little bit more space to work with. Yeah. I didn't give myself enough space to work with. So... let's go. Typical New Yorker. Yeah. I mean, Blue, it's like I say, I'm the typical New Yorker. I'm from the Midwest. Oh, the cheese stretch thing? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The way that the TV commercials portray the New York slice of pizza. Yeah, that's a bit of a stereotype outside of New York. That's what he's referring to. Once again, I hit my camera while trying to stretch out the noodles. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good, but I think it's missing something. I'll adjust the camera a little bit more. I think it's missing something. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. That should make it a little bit better. I like spicy food. What can I say? I do like habaneros. I do like habaneros a lot. Don't like jalapenos, though. I don't like jalapenos. Those ones, I think, are too, like, chemical tasting. The habaneros, I think... Habaneros are very earthy and nice. I like habaneros a lot. There we go. I mean, I'm tasting this. I'm tasting this. I'm actually mostly tasting garlic. There's quite a bit of garlic in here. I put in, like, half a head of garlic. On top of what's in the recipe. On top of what's in the sauce packet. This is spicy. This is on the spicy end for me. This is not, I'm not trying to claim that this is completely numb. I'm completely numb to this, but it's nice. It's a pleasant eat. I would describe this as a pretty pleasant eat. I think it needs a little bit more. I think it needs a little bit more. Need packet in frame? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you think I should, are you trying, Emperor's Armpits, are you trying to look for an opportunity to clip? Because I'll oblige. So, yeah, I've added a bit of crushed red pepper already, but yeah, let's put on a little bit more. It's pretty good. Just send me to the hospital already? I don't know. I think this is a nice eat. I think this is a pleasant eat. You know, there's multiple types of white people, right? There's multiple types of white people. Many white people, particularly white Midwesterners like me, can't handle spicy food at all, right? But, well, I'm talking about myself, Blue. I'm talking about myself. I was pretty sure you weren't white, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to comment. I didn't want to comment on your ethnicity. When I mix up takeout with my chili head takeout, oof. That's what I figured you meant. That's what I figured you meant, was one of your... a coworker or a friend or somebody who was more of a chili head than you. You know, I grew up with a lot of my friends were Pakistani and Indian growing up, right? Like I ordered off the menu, nice. And yeah, my understanding, Blue, was that you're Asian American. But of course that has like a lot of variation, right? Because like this is Korean spicy, right? And even within Chinese spiciness, like there's huge variation, right? There's Sichuan is pretty hot, but like, you know, yeah, Taiwanese. I don't know how spicy is Taiwanese cuisine. I always kind of assumed it wasn't particularly spicy. But I don't know if I would be able to distinguish Taiwanese cuisine based off the flavor profile. We're getting to the part where I have to give up and use the spoon. Some sort of spicy, but not a huge portion of it. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Whereas again, like Sichuan, Gansu, I say that Hunanese cuisine's pretty spicy, but it's possible I just not actually had Hunanese. Clean plate. Gotta do the clean plate club. So I might not do 100% because that's difficult. I mean, I'd say I'm a habanero guy. I would say I'm a habanero guy. I'm not a, And there you have it. Thank you. Thank you, worn out jar of crushed red peppers. There we go. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, Sichuan is considered spicy cuisine. I like it. I like Sichuan peppercorns in particular. So, you know, that's a cuisine I like quite a bit. Yeah. Clean plate, no water. Yeah. Thank you. I like this. I like this stuff. I like spicy food. I like spicy food. I think it's tasty. I think it's pretty tasty. Oh, sorry, Alvinga. Yeah. Yeah, you missed it by like a few minutes. I started around the hour mark. I don't know, I grew up on, like, Mexican. Mexican was probably the cuisine I grew up, the most on. I mean, yes, Humter, you are a Polish man who moved to Sweden. You're extremely white. You're extremely white. But yeah, you heard it. No water. Well, Awalenka, there's an easy way to do that. It's pretty easy to fix if you want to get your spice tolerance up, which is to eat lots of spicy food. Although, man, this is greasy. I will confess, I am not used to this level of greasiness. I eat a very, like, vegetarian, vegan diet. So spiciness is one thing, but greasiness... Like, I can't handle french fries anymore. French fries murder me at this point. French fries are a real problem. Also, thank you all for not redeeming Hydrate before I did that. Because that would have sucked. That would have made that a lot harder. The only spice you like is sweet and spicy sauce. Yeah, I don't have... Yeah, the oiliest vegetarian food. Like, you can make very oily vegetarian food, but, like, I don't like grease. I don't have a lot of greasy food in my diet. Yes, the hydrate is for a tall glass of whiskey. And that would have sucked. Alcohol makes you more sensitive to spicy food. Alcohol increases your sensitivity to spice. I was really prepared for somebody to do that. Yeah. Yeah, alcohol makes you... Alcohol and acids both make you more sensitive to spice. So I put in a little dash of lime juice in that. That was my last one, man. That was my last one. I don't have any more of this. This was the last one I had on hand. Yeah, carbonated will also do it. Carbonation will also do it. Yeah, I like using lime juice and, Oh, I know EA's been sitting on it. That's why when EA showed up early, I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. I knew that Emperor's Armpits is ready. Is on the trigger. And I did have it enabled I do have it enabled right now. I have it set up so that it pauses after a few hours of stream because I don't want to have somebody redeem that and then I just like end stream immediately afterwards. I always want to make sure that like they've got at least a couple hours of me getting increasingly inebriated. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm hoping that you're stressing out about on your own end and not stressing about because like you wanted to torture me more. I would feel kind of bad about that. But I don't feel bad about this at all. No, this is good. This is good. This is good. Can recommend. Can recommend. I mean, this is still probably a pretty good stream for it, Emperor's Armpits. Do you know what's coming next? Do you know what is coming next? So that's spicy ramen done. That's our 50 sub goal done from the subathon. Yeah, you know what's coming next. You know what's coming next. The main event of this stream... Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. This is a bad one. This is a bad one. This is a bad one. I will probably actually make the checkoffs, after tomorrow. Or I guess I'll do it tonight and I'll have it, I'll just have it ready for the end of the weekend. I'll do it after stream. Still need to do the long calligraphy and the cooking stream, honest. Oh, either I... Oh, no, like, I will play it for 24 hours or until completion. I'm probably going to modify it, to be honest. I'm probably just going to do back-to-back streams of Dark Souls until I beat it. Because, honestly, like, I didn't think people were going to hit that goal. I didn't think we were going to hit that goal. But it's extraordinarily unlikely I will beat the game in under 24 hours of play. Is extraordinarily unlikely, and the more that I've thought about it, the more it occurs to me that I will start being too tired to be interesting by the 10-hour mark, and then we just will have a bad stream, right? Then we just have a bad stream. No, Hoomter, we are going blind. This is all blind. You are only allowed to help me ethically. You are only allowed to help me through moral encouragement. We are going to finish this with maximum brutality. This is my cross to bear for being a person who didn't play it when it came out 2 decades ago. This is my cross to bear. This is my punishment. My punishment that is actually your punishment, because I'm probably going to be fine. I'm probably going to be pretty okay. But I am also really dedicated to not just having a flat-out bad stream, which is probably what will happen if all I do is... If I just... I mean, I'll pick them up if they're useful. You know, not all of them have been particularly useful. No, I think most of them haven't been particularly useful. I don't feel like I've been rewarded for being a loot goblin very much. I feel like I've been loot goblining too hard, if anything. I will be so rusty. I will be so rusty when we go back. There, I will be so rusty when we get back to the Dark Souls. It will be a rough time for me. I will probably die a lot. Probably die a lot. So it goes. That's what we're expecting, right? That's what we're expecting, right? Do I have it available right now? Close that. We don't need the scuffler. We need the death counter. The death counter is still intact. Ahaha. The death counter is still intact. 440 kills, 440 deaths to 22 kills. Rocking a nice, cool 22 to 1 KDR. Well, 1 to 2. 1 to 22 KDR. It's still intact. Alrighty. But yes, the cooking stream is only really held back by the fact that I don't have, I only have one pan that's induction capable, and it's way too big. My burner's like 10-inch, and it's like a 14-inch or something like that. It's like way too big. It's way too big to cook with. I need to buy some induction cookware. I'm considering getting cast iron. If somebody has cheap induction cookware that they would recommend, because I don't want to spend a lot of money. I don't want to spend a lot of money. So I need to test it out, right? I need to test out the induction cooktop because I can't cook in the kitchen. I can't stream from the kitchen is the biggest problem. Cannot stream from the kitchen. Yep. L:Q himself, the man of letters himself, said that I am quite possibly the worst. I am probably the worst Dark Souls player alive. Clonk himself, like I was talking with Clonk and Mod Clonk, and I forget who was. There was another person there, and I don't remember who it was. And JC. I forget, there was another person there who I forget who it was. I hope it wasn't Taimisi. I'll feel very dumb if it's you. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm probably like the worst Dark Souls player on the planet. And Mod Clonk is like, no, that can't be. No, you can't be that bad. And Clonk is like, no, he decides actually that bad. He is actually that bad. But yeah. No, thank you for thank you reject that. I wear it proudly. I appreciate the encouragement. I appreciate the encouragement, Emperor's Armpits, but I wear it proudly. I wear it very proudly. But yes. Let me. I am going to. A fool. I will accept the title of fool. I will accept the title of fool. I will accept that. That seems very reasonable to me to declare me a fool. You're trying to really gas me up here. You're really trying to gas me up here. I think I'm just very bad at the game. I think I'm just very, very bad at the game. Almantas Jester hat redeem win. I could do that pretty easily. Honestly, the thing that stops me from having hat redeems is something that I want to change. There's some back-end programming that I want to change. To make it so that when toggles happen and you turn me into a sock, it doesn't erase the toggle. I do want to change that. That's something I want to change. I want to double check something. Sock is available, right? Don't use sock in the next 2 minutes because I'm going to be going away for a second. Almantas. So those are enabled. Almantas is not enabled. Oh, okay. I will actually enable it when I get back from break. I didn't realize it was disabled. Did not realize it was disabled. I was wondering why people weren't socking me. Mountain Canadian, thank you for the follow. And oh, my poor foot. Um, my poor foot. So yes, I will enable sock when we get back in a few seconds, but I am going to go put these dishes away in the kitchen because I will go insane. We've got hold on, Blue, you know about this. Have you not seen this, Blue? Have you not seen this? I'm real. That's a bad angle. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do it the other hand. But yeah, Almantas real. Sock real. Even got the beard. But yeah. Yeah, Almantas is real. We got the real Almantas here. Yeah. So let me, yeah. Saf made this for me. Saf made this for me. It was very kind of her. It was very kind of... You didn't know about this Emperor's Armpits? I'm sure you saw this before. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She found a good sock for it. Yeah. No. Saf, before MagFest, she was traveling. She was stopping by in New York. And so she came by with this. So, yeah, we got the sock again. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to be very careful right now because I'm not sure how machine safe this thing is. I think that some of the things on this might just completely come off in the wash, so I'm trying not to get him dirty at all. I'm trying to keep him very clean. Yeah, and it can be hard. Like this stuff, it can be kind of hard to get out of things. The gochujang sauce can be pretty hard. The gochujang sauce can be pretty hard to get out of things. I think he's got better mouth rigging than I do. Yeah, stay away from the bright orange spice sauce. Yeah. Only the flesh mantas can handle spicy food. The sock mantas cannot handle spicy food. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to put the dishes away and need to use the bathroom again. So I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that. But we do need that. It's 35 minutes past 5 p.m. EST. Oh, that's a good point, Tohu Bohu. Apologies. And also welcome in, Tohu Bohu. You don't support me in reading Eye of Argon? That's fair. That's fair. Enable Almantas. Almantas is back. So at least one person here understands what we're about to do. At least one person here understands what we're about to do. I'm going to say that if you were sitting on Hydrate, this is actually probably one of the best times to use Hydrate that you'll ever get. Other than like if I've got like a huge raid or something like that. So we're going to go over to reading and writing. Eye of Argon. Thank you for the sock. Thank you for socking me. Thank you for socking me. I'm just going to go over to... This is just kind of a reminder to change something. Because I'm probably actually going to end up using this a couple times. Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. Gonna get some oranges for this. Peering behind the veil, the time is not ripe. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. They're your channel points. They're your channel points. So, let's talk a little bit about the background on this, right? Let's talk about a little bit about this. I'm very fortunate in that this is the edition. There's multiple editions of Eye of Argon. There's multiple editions of this. And hello, it's Sen. Hello, it's Sen. This is my model artist. This is my model artist. Shout out to it's Sen. Actually, I'll use the model. I set up that for a reason. Yeah. House of Leaves is really long, and House of Leaves isn't terrible. House of Leaves is fine. But yeah, it's Sensational. Sensational made my other model, my regular model. I'm going to be honest with you, Tohu. I think this is, I don't know. This is bad in very different ways from Manos. This is bad in very different ways from Manos. Yeah, House of Leaves has a couple of problems for reading aloud. I think it's fine. It's not a book that I'm in love with. I enjoyed it when I was reading it. I think it would really suffer to read aloud because a lot of what is interesting about it is typesetting. It's very much like, it's a very gimmicky book. Like, I don't know if it's the book that would be the most, like, confusing to read. Avoid would be a really rough one to read aloud. Yeah, House of Leaves does a lot of stuff with, like, typography and typesetting and color choices that don't, like, translate, I think, very well to spoken word. Also, it's just freaking long. It's just freaking long. This is 30 pages long. Like, this is not going to take me... This is not going to take me multiple streams, I don't think. This is my first actual reading stream. This is my first actual reading stream. And yeah, the thing about the footnotes is really important for House of Leaves. Half of the action of House of Leaves happens in the footnotes, arguably more. I kind of consider the footnotes the main plot. But yeah, Tohu Bohu knows about this. Tohu Bohu knows about this, which is that... this version of the Eye of Argon, absolutely not Humter. Absolutely not Humter. I'm willing to cross a lot of lines, but I am not going to do that. Alright, are you? Please have a good night. Please have a good night. This version of the Eye of Argon duplicates, to as far as is practicable, and perhaps to something beyond that point, the precise layout of the original, as published on pages 27 to 49 of OSFAN 10, the August 21st, 1970 edition of the monthly publication of the Ozark Science Fiction Association. While it is entirely possible that I have not achieved perfection, my goal was to create a version that presented, word for word, line for line, page for page, the exact contents of the semi-mythical original. I have sought to include every misplaced hyphen, every scratched out error, and every crudely scrawled drawing. I have set the text in a typewriter font that bears a close family resemblance to the original. I have, within limits, and with some effort at judgment calls, faded out the words and letters that are faintest in the original. I have inserted flying caps, squeezed in letters, and other artifacts of the original. I have not attempted to position the page elements exactly as they were on the original pages, but instead have sought to place them correctly relative to each other. My intent was to provide a standardized text suitable for competitive readings of the text. Using this somewhat official competitive reading text, readers around the world will face the same challenges as each other, and as the readers of the original fanzine. On the one hand, hello, Alpha Rios. I am not a chess player, but thank you for the offer. I am not a chess player by any stretch. I am going to do something far worse and far more evil. I would not. Harry Potter of Methods of Rationality is way too fucking long. Way too fucking long. I am not going to read something on stream that's over 1 million pages. Well, Blue, we're going to get to that. We're not going to be doing we're not going to be doing competition rules. I would like to get people together for competition rules. Also, Alfarius, thank you for the follow. I would like to get people together for a competition play of this. But I would need some other volunteers. I think I could probably cajole Vex into it, but I tried to do it and she wouldn't do it, so I need to build up momentum for it. I think that, Alinka, there are rules. There are rules. Tell Bohu knows. Tell Bohu knows what a competition is. Like, he knows what's going on here. I mean, so I know that a bunch of you, are also in Vex and Cat's library. So give her a push one of these days after this if you enjoy my performance. This is much funner as a competition, but I have gone easy on readers in one respect. I have not attempted to reproduce the colors of the paper onto which the original was printed. Likely this varied from one copy of the fanzine to the next in any event, and as this edition is intended to be printed out, I didn't see any reason to waste endless amounts of everybody's inks. Besides, I'm colorblind, and my idea of what the color are is unlikely to match anyone else's. And the colors have likely faded and shifted over time anyway. However, for the truly compulsive out there who have stocks of colored paper at hand, here, as best I can tell, are the page colors. The fanzine was printed double-sized, so each pair of pages was front and back on one sheet of paper. I am indebted to my wife for the female names of the colors. She informs me the colors were too dull to merit high-class names like taupe and ecru. So colorblind male description. We are currently, Alinga, reading the prologue. This is the prologue to the Eye of Argon. It may explain, if they don't explain what the Eye of Argon is, when we get there, I will explain. The following text is, look at some of these. Malevolent orange, light sickly green, which she describes as light blue, light sickly green, which she describes as very light blue, sickly greenish yellow is described as light yellow. Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Seasick pink is purple. I think that's kind of funny. I'm not colorblind, so it's funny to see the line in there. The following text is based directly upon the digital version of The Eye of Argon, found at URL, but was compared against the digital text at Dave Langford's website and Cybele.co.uk. Multiple corrections were made based on were made based on a close examination of the scan pages found at ensemble.co.uk. The illustrations are likewise listed from Ensemble. Given the many eyes that have scanned the Eye of Argon over the years, I have started to discover a number of new and hitherto unrecorded errors in the text, which I have included. I have likewise excised a number of introduced or false errors which had crept into the digital text. I hasten to add that I make no claim that this is a 100% perfect rendition of the copy. Likely there are more errors lurking. If you spot one, drop me a line at Eye of Argon at foxacre.com. I will keep a log of errors and corrections there as well. Given the amazingly low quality of the text and the typing, I should not have been surprised that unknown flaws were still waiting to be unearthed, but there is more to it than that. Over and over again, I found myself unable to judge for certain what the proper reading of a mistyped word or phrase should be. I have made the faintest of interpretations as I can, but in many cases it seems like there will never be a final definitive reading of a given passage. Readers who want to know more about how this amazing story came to be can purchase the Scholar's Edition, available for Kindle, iPad, and many other ebook formats. Yeah, Toho knows this stuff. So here, this was what was confusing Owl and am I back? There, I'm back. This was what was confusing Owl and Blue so much. How to play the game. How to play the game. The rules are simple, but are subject to change without notice, rhyme, or reason. The readers gather. One player is designated the proofreader. One proofreader may serve for the entire game, but it is more fun if everyone takes turns at this job. There should be at least 2 identical copies of the text, one for the person reading out loud, and one for the proofreader, who reads along silently. Each player in turn reads the text aloud, precisely as written, and continues reading until he or she veers from the text or bursts out laughing. The ruling of the proofreader is final, subject to being shouted down by the group. If and when the text contains a typographical error, i.e. swiveled instead of swiveled, the reader must read the word as written, not the correct word. In the case of a word that cannot be pronounced or has no self-evident pronunciation under the usual rules of English, a good faith effort will be accepted. The group may elect to let a given reader keep going until the proofreader rules he or she has made an error or laughs, or until a full page has been read. This is a difference from how I grew up. I grew up with it being a paragraph. It is generally considered more fun to encourage dramatic readings, or even reenactments, and not to worry about the utter precision at all times. No score is kept. There are no winners. The convention is that Grignr is pronounced Grignr. All right, are folks ready? Are folks ready for us to start? I do like this idea that you had, Toho. I do like this version that you've had. I am not a very dramatic reader, unfortunately. You're going to get a pretty flat read of this because I am a pretty flat reader. I will attempt to act a little bit on this. Again, I was this is what I said it. I was the one who already said it. I've got a quarter of a bottle of whiskey left. Okay. The Eye of Argon by Jim Tace. The weather-beaten trail wound ahead into the dust-racked climes of the barren land which dominates large portions of the Norgolian Empire. Age-worn hoofprints smothered by the shifting sand... Whoops, made a mistake already. By the sifting sands of time shone dully against the dust-splattered crust of Earth. The tireless sun cast its parching rays of incandescence from overhead halfway through its daily revolution. Small rodents scampered about, occupying themselves in the daily accomplishments of their dismal lives. Dust sprayed over 3 heaving mounts in blinding clouds while they bore the burdensome cargoes of their struggling overseers. So, I always find new things. I always find new things. This isn't a new thing, but... The sun's revolution? That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Come on, man. Come on. But yeah. Total lack of hyphens. Age worn, hoof print smothered. Blech. Awful. 5 words when it's actually 3 words. Awful already. Sifting sands. Awful. Awful. That's pronunciation. Yep. Prepare to embrace your creators in the Stygian haunts of hell, barbarian, gasped the first soldier. Only after you have kissed the fleeting stead of death, wretch, returned Grigner. A sweeping blade of flashing steel riveted... A sweeping blade of flashing steel riveted from the massive barbarian's hide-enameled shield as his rippling right arm thrust forth, sending a steel-shod blade to the hilt into the... A sweeping blade of flashing steel riveted from the massive barbarian's hide-enameled shield as his rippling right arm thrust forth, sending a steel-shod blade to the hilt into the soldier's vital organs. Yeah, I can link this. This is the... I really need to do my VTubing stuff on a separate, in incognito mode. Yeah. This is the edition I'm using. There's longer editions, but, steel shod blade. That's not how that works at all. The disemboweled mercenary crumpled from his saddle and sank to the clouded sward, sprinkling the dust... This one's killing me. A sweeping blade of flashing steel riveted from the massive barbarian's hide-enameled shield as his rippling right arm thrust forth, sending a steel-shod blade to the hilt into the soldier's vital organs. The disemboweled mercenary crumpled from his saddle and sank to the clouded sward, sprinkling the parched dust with crimson droplets of escaping life fluid. The enthused barbarian swiveled about, his shock of fiery red hair tossing robustly into the humid air currents as he faced the attack of the defeated soldiers' fellows in arms. Oh, it's droplets? Oh no, that actual mistake there. Wait, no, it's droplets. It's droplets. It's droplets. Okay, it was your misread. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're... A gleaming scimitar smote a heavy blow against the renegade's spiked helmet, bringing a heavy cloud over the accordion's misting brain. Shaking off the effects of the pounding blow to his head, Grigner brought down his scarlet-streaked edge against the soldier's crudely forged hauberk, clanging harmlessly to the left side of his opponent. The soldier's stead whinnied as he directed the horse back from the driving blade of the barbarian. Grigner leashed his mount forward as the horse... Sorry. Yeah, Svard, I'm not even sure what that's supposed to be. I'm not even sure what Svard's supposed to be. But yeah, this paragraph's going to be a tough one. This is a long paragraph. This one's a rough one. A gleaming scimitar smote a heavy blow against the renegade's spiked helmet, bringing a heavy cloud over the accordion's misting brain. Shaking off the effects of the pounding blow to his head, Grigner brought down his scarlet-streaked edge against the soldier's crudely forged hauberk, clanging harmlessly to the left side of his opponent. The soldier's stead whinnied as he directed the horse back from the driving blade of the barbarian. Grigner leashed his mount forward as the hoarsely piercing battle cry of his wilderness-bred race resounded from his grinding lungs. A twirling blade bounced harmlessly from the mighty thief's buckler as his rolling right arm cleft upwards, sending a foot of blinding steel ripping through the Samarian's exposed gullet. A rasping gurgle from the soldier's writhing mouth as he tumbled to the golden sand at his feet, and wormed agonizingly in his deathbed. I mean, I shouldn't be trying to win, right? Yeah. I mean, gasping is not the worst choice here. Gasping gurgle is not the worst choice here. Is not the worst choice here. The mixing of mercenary, thief, renegade, seemingly at random is extremely confusing. It's mostly hard to tell what and soldier. They're all being used interchangeably. So who the hell is going on? Who the hell is doing what in this paragraph? This paragraph is... if you try to direct this as action, it would be really difficult to tell who is supposed to be doing what. Also, I don't know what leashed forward means, or what I'm supposed to be doing with a hoarsely piercing battle cry. This next one. already got me. The next one's already got me. Grigner's emerald green orbs glared lustfully at the wallowing soldier struggling before his chestnut-swirled mount. That's a typesetting thing. That's not a... no, I've got the dash. Well, I guess it's in the wrong spot because it's on the next line. That's much less bad than the emerald green orbs glared lustfully. Emerald green orbs glared lustfully is really good. His scowling voice reverberated over the dying form in a tone of mocking mirth. You city-bred dogs should learn not to antagonize your better. Reining his wary mount ahead, Grigner resumed his journey to the Norgolian city of Gorzam, hoping to discover wine, women, and adventure to boil the wild blood coursing through his savage veins. I would just say struggling. I didn't think that was an exceptional one. I do not think that was exceptional. I do think that boiling your own blood is directless. This is the funniest line, though, by far. Emerald green orbs glared lustfully at the wallowing soldier. That's the funniest one to me. That's the funniest one to me. Lustfully. This guy wants to fuck this guy who's bleeding out. I'm trying to read as much as I see, but if it's something that doesn't look exceptional to me, that just looks like a typing weird. Yeah, why lustfully? Exactly, Hunter. That's a level of tracking that I'm not capable of keeping track of. The trek to Gorzam, spelled differently, right? Gorzam. The trek to Gorzam was forced upon Grigner when the soldiers of Kryn were leashed upon him by a faithless concubine he had wooed. His scandalous activities throughout the Samarian city had unleashed throngs of havoc and uproar among its refined patricians, leading them to tack a heavy reward over his head. He had barely managed to escape through the back entrance of the inn he had been guzzling in as a squad of soldiers pounced upon him. After spilling a spout of blood from the leader of the mercenaries as he dismembered one of the officers... Sorry. After spilling a spout of blood from the leader of the mercenaries as he dismembered one of the officer's arms, he retreated to his mount to make his way towards Gorzom, rumored to contain hordes of plunder, and many young wenches for any man who has the backbone to wrest them away. Yeah, I think he's horny. I think he wants to fuck the Thrissy. But I am really thrown by... Hello, Just Some Goblins. Welcome in. Welcome in. Is anybody else really bothered by dismembered one of the officer's arms? Yeah, I'm reading the Eye of Argon. It's like the worst book I've ever read. It's horrible. It's horrible. Normally you do this in a competition in a room. I mean, Scaldy, here would be the hard part, would be actually describing what it means, like actually doing a, like animate that. Try to draw an animation. Try to draw an animation of dismembering an arm. And try to draw an animation of spilling a spout of blood. Arriving after dusk in Gorzom, Grigner descended down a dismal alley, reining his horse before a beaten tavern. The red-haired giant strode into the dimly lit hostelry, reeking of foul odors and cheap wine. The air was heavy with choking fumes spewing from smoldering torches, encased within the den's earthen-packed walls. Tables were clustered with groups of drunken thieves and cutthroats, tossing dice or making love to willing prostitutes. It's hard to be heard while following the rules, it's true. Yeah. Again, we're not trying to win here. We're trying to survive. We're trying to survive out here on these streets, is how we're going about this. We're trying to survive out here on these streets. Eyeing a slender female crouched alone at a nearby bench, Grigner advanced, wishing to... Eyeing a slender female crouched alone at a nearby bench, Grigner advanced, wishing to wholesomely occupy his time. The flickering torches cast weird shafts of luminescence dancing over the half-naked harlot of his choice. Her stringy orchid twines of... what? The flickering torches cast weird shafts of luminescence dancing over the half-naked harlot of his choice, her stringy orchid twines of hair swaying gracefully over the lithe, opaque nose, as she raised a half-drained mug to her pale red lips. What does this mean? The translucent noses. People do use translucent to describe skin tones. I don't know what this means, because he could be using opaque to mean thick, but it's a lie. It's lithe and opaque, so it's not lithe and thick. That doesn't make any sense. I genuinely don't know what's happening here. Oh my god, this guy absolutely needs to put down the thesaurus. This is like the worst offense against the thesaurus abuse that's like ever happened. Yeah, lithe, opaque nose. Lithe, opaque nose. I just genuinely don't know what that means. Glancing upward, the alluring complexion noted the stalwart giant as he rapidly approached. A faint glimmer sparked from the pair of deep blue ovals of the amorous female as she motioned towards Grigner, enticing him to join her. The barbarian seated himself upon a stool at the wench's side, exposing his body, Naed, save for a loincloth brandishing a long steel broadsword, an iron-spiraled battle helmet, and a and it, wow. Yeah. So a lithe nose, I can it's not like it's a weird thing to say, but it's not like an insane thing to say. A lithe nose to me would mean like a thin nose. That's what I would read that as. Um, but like a high thin nose, I could see somebody describing as lithe. It would be weird because lithe usually means flexible. But it's not completely incoherent. Lithe and opaque, I can't make add up to anything at all. Glancing upward, the alluring complexion noted the stalwart giant as he rapidly approached. A faint glimmer sparked from the pair of deep blue ovals of the amorous female as she motioned towards Grigner, enticing him to join her. The barbarian seated himself upon a stool at the wench's side, exposing his body, naked save for a loincloth brandishing a long steel broadsword, an iron spiral battle helmet, and a thick leather sandals, to her unobstructed view. This is the line that most people get caught up on, Hoomter. This is the phrase that most people get really caught up on. A loincloth brandishing a long steel broadsword. A loincloth brandishing a long steel broadsword. I really want us to picture this. Yeah, I really want that to sit in your mind's eye for a moment. I really want you to really think about this one. Have you never seen a loincloth carrying off? Exactly. Yep. Really sit with that one. That reminds me that somewhere in fan art, Hex has a fan art of me. Open in browser. So yeah. Yeah. If only you could salt something greater. I also like its a thick leather sandals. Yeah, there's our hero, me, trying to get through this. Yeah, and my red hair. Yeah. Thou hast need to occupy your time, barbarian? Questioned the female. Only if something worth offering is within my reach, stated Grigner as his hands crept to embrace the tempting female, who welcomed them with open willingness. Yeah, exactly. I did well, there's a comma in there, so I would fight you on that one, but I did do the rising tone. From where do you come, barbarian? And by what are you called? Gasped the complying wench as Grigner smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth. Cool. All right, here we go. This is some good ones. Sorry, I have to brace myself. The engrossed Titan ignored the queries of the inquisitive female, pulling her towards him and crushing her sagging nipples to his yearning chest. Without struggle, she gave in, winding her soft arms around the harshly bronzed hide of Grigner's corded shoulder blades, as his calloused hands caressed her firm, protruding busts. You were gagging before I got to the bad one. Yeah, I did say it. I got caught there. Yeah. Grigner corded shoulder blades. That's definitely a. You make love well, wench, admitted Grigner as he reached for the vessel of potent wine at his charge had been quaffing. Oh, do I need to re-go over it? Yeah, potent. Yep, potent. That's what I said. Potent. No, we can revisit that. As Grigner smothered her lips with the blazing touch of his flaming mouth. The engrossed Titan ignored the queries of the inquisitive female, pulling her towards him and crushing her sagging nipples to his yearning chest. Without struggle, she gave in, winding her soft arms around the harshly bronzed hide of Grigner-corded shoulder blades, as his calloused hands caressed her firm, protruding bust. You make love well, wench, admitted Grigner as he reached for the vessel of potent wine his charge had been quaffing. A flying foot caught the mug Grigner had taken hold of, sending its blood-red contents sloshing over a flickering crescent, leashing tongues of bright orange flame to the foot-trodden floor. You know, no, the nipples are sagging, the breasts are firm. This is page 28 out of 47. Yeah. No, because this was from a fanzine, by the way, guys. Don't worry about the page setting is not really an issue. It was not. This was published in a collected work. It starts on page 27. It starts on page 27. So, yeah. Yeah, so we're on the second page out of, like, 22. What the hell does this paragraph mean? This paragraph is completely confusing. This paragraph is completely baffling. It's blood-red contents sloshing over a flickering crescent, leashing flames of bright orange flame to the foot trot. What the... That means nothing. Yeah, but what's on fire? What's on fire? It was wine, so that's fine. So that's fine, but why is it both red and orange, and why is it flames and wine? Like, it's baffling. I think he's supposed to be saying that it hit a torch. Remove yourself, sirrah. The wench belongs to me, blabbered a drunken soldier, too far consumed by the influence of his virile brew to take note of the superior size of his adversary. ESL speakers in the audience. That's not how you use virile. That's not how you use virile. Can anybody find the Can anybody find the Garfield comic about it? John Arbuckle drinks... Okay, I found it. There we go. This is what a virile drink would mean. Alright, have a good night, Emperor's Armpits. Have a good night, Emperor's Armpits, with this thought that this is what this guy is drinking at the bar. Grigner lithely bounded from the startled female, his face lit up to an ashen red ferocity, and eyes locked in a searing feral blaze toward the swaying soldier. To hell with you, braggart, bellowed the angered accordion as he hefted his finely honed broadsword. The staggering soldier clumsily reached toward the pommel of his dangling sword, but before his hands ever touched the oaken hilt, a silvered flash was slicing the heavy air. The thews of the savage lashing right arm bulged from the glistening bronzed hide as his blade bit deeply into the soldier's neck, lopping off the confused head of his senseless tormentor. Lovable Lucy, thank you for the follow. You chose a hell of a stream. You chose a hell of a stream to decide to watch me suffer through. Grigner lithely bounded. Ashen red ferocity. Ashen red ferocity. Okay, ashen red ferocity. Okay. Okay. With a nauseating thud, the severed oval toppled to the floor as the segregated torso of Grigner's bovine antagonist swayed, then collapsed in a pool of swirled crimson. In the confusion, the soldiers' fellows confronted Grigner with unsheathed cutlasses, directed toward the latter's scowling The slut should have picked his quarry more carefully, roared the victor in a mocking baritone growl, as he wiped his dripping blade on the prostrate form and returned it to its scabbard. I'm actually not opposed to this use of bovine. I think this is fine. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, okay, Matthew. Wow. Okay, hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Let me give the shout out to Lex Parte. Lex Parte. Hello, Lex. I was watching you. I was watching you earlier. How would you say that your time with Voices of the Void go? Lex was playing Voices of the Void, and I was watching before I started up stream. Yes, Raiders, I have horrible news for you. Let me introduce myself first before I give you the bad news. The good news is that I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. I'm a former professor of sociology, and I'm tall. Thank you, Matthew, for the tall. And thank you, Miss Merc, Mac Alistrine, Fishy Salmon 3, Kexorka, and Enticing Thorn for the follows, and we did hit my follower goal of 1444 followers. Thank you all for that. I am, yes, I'm a professor of a former professor of sociology, and I'm sock. And I'm sock. Thank you for the sock, and Have a Merc, thank you for the follow. But yes, yes they do. Yeah, they do. And Bodega, hello Bodega. Hello, Bodega. Good to see you, Bodega. I hope you've not been here for too long, Bodega. Today I am... Oh, and hello, Irenu. It's good to see you again. Hold on, you're redeeming everything. You folks are redeeming everything. Hello, it's Mew. Hello, Miss Merc. Hello, Teriak Bibbles. Hello, Roshan Galaxy. Hello, Have a Merc. Hello, Mint Jasius. Hello, Test Subject 255. Hello, of course, to Lex Parte VT. Hello, Joller 007. Hello, Pepsi Rosie. Hello, Matthew Rice Seeker. Hello, Bodega. Hello, Teriak Tribbles. Hello, Irenu. Hello, obviously, Tohubo. You've been here for a minute. And welcome into all of you. Welcome into all of you. Okay, I'm caught up on that. Oh, and Mars Cookie Treat, thank you for the follow. This is quite the thing. I am doing a punishment stream from my subathon in the fall. I am actually doing 2 punishments this stream. I already ate the spicy ramen. I ate the spicy ramen. Matthew, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you very much for the gift sub. I have already eaten the spicy ramen today. Which was good. It was good. I had a good time with it. I did have to add a little bit of extra crushed red pepper. Did have to add some extra crushed red pepper to make it really tasty. So I did do that. And today we are reading, I like spicy food. I like spicy food. Wait, there we go. Window grab. Yeah. Oh, did I say hello to you, Big Ham? Big Ham's very cool. Everybody should love and appreciate Big Ham. I am doing a reading right now. I am reading... What are you gonna shake me for, Big Ham? You're cool. You're very cool. Yeah, we all love Big Ham here. Yeah, Big Ham Poggers. You know that I watch your stuff. No, I've already gone a couple in. I'm just showing people what we're reading. We are reading The Eye of Argon by Jim Tace. For those of you who do not know, because apparently I'm very old and this is a tradition that has died in the generations after me. The Eye of Argon is legitimately one of the worst written pieces of fiction in all of history. I am a nonfiction editor at my day job. My other job is that I'm literally an editor. I taught for decades. I have graded so many essays written by high schoolers and really drunk college students, people who barely speak English and are using my class as an English learning lesson and just struggling through. This is actually some of the worst writing that's ever been done. This is atrocious. This is absolutely atrocious. So this is the actual text begins here. We are late in page... We're at the start of page 3. Oh man, Alex Parte, you're gonna really enjoy this one. You're gonna really enjoy this one then. This is a man... This was written by a teenager who somehow managed to who got published in a fanzine. So the barrier to publication was not very high. It was not a very high barrier to publication, which is all well and good. The reality of it is that... What I should say, the simple way to describe this is that Jim Tace was 16 years old, and he had a bunch of copies of the works of Robert E. Howard, that's, say, Conan the Barbarian. He had a bunch of Conan the Barbarian paperbacks, and a thesaurus, and did not have a dictionary. He had a thesaurus, but not a dictionary, is really how this reads. MV_gimmick, thank you for the follow. It is atrocious. It is really, truly atrocious. I could start over, but I think it doesn't really help. I don't think it really helps very much. I am noticing a couple of phrases that he's really fond of. Yeah, please don't. Yeah, Blue is suffering here. Blue is suffering a lot. Blue wants to read good things, and I am putting her through this. We're only a couple pages in. Which name? Which name? Grigner is the conventional pronunciation. That's how I always pronounce this. Grigner. His orbs. Yeah. I've always pronounced this accordion, but I know people who pronounce this e-cordion. Yeah, he really hates he really hates saying eyes, and he really loves saying female. He really loves saying female. It's really, and he really loves the word swirled. It's pretty baffling. Yeah. To his credit, and hello, Pepdiri. P. Pedri. There we go, P. Pedri. The men are sometimes men. I mean, yes, absolutely. This is absolutely one of those kind of... This is a 16-year-old who is trying to imitate Conan the Barbarian. This is what is going on. He is trying to imitate Conan the Barbarian by using every synonym possible. I mean, that's fair, Matthew the Rice Seeker. I will say that this is older than the Ferengi. This story is from 1970, so this predates the Ferengi. So... That said, it is misogynistic in the kind of boring, thoughtless way that 1970s sci-fi so often is. Right? This is not your father's misogyny, this is your grandfather's misogyny. It's actually just, it's not nearly so elaborate. The women are just kind of obviously objects in the story, rather than, like, any particular thought being put into it. Yeah, let's just, so, the engrossed Titan ignored the queries of the inquisitive female, pulling her towards him and crushing her sagging nipples to his yearning chest. Without struggle, she gave in, winding her soft arms around the harshly bronzed hide of Grignr-corded shoulder blades as his callous hands caressed her firm, protruding busts. Yeah, this is awful. And hello, Enticing Thorn. Hello, Enticing Thorn. That was a couple paragraphs ago, but that one's particularly awful. That one's, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's just me going back and grabbing a highlight. That's just me grabbing a highlight. We're going to keep going. But Lex Parte, it was wonderful having you come here. I know a lot of fans of your work, and it was lovely having you here. Thank you for your raid. If you need to raid and run, that is extremely normal and extremely expected, and everything all in between. I do not hold it against you or any of your raiders for getting a drink, having a nap, getting some food, having an alcoholic drink, having a stronger alcoholic drink, doing some cocaine, whatever it takes to get through this, because this is going to get really bad. This is going to get really, really bad. So, let's... Where was I? And hello, Annie Plush. Yeah, I am surprised that I am surprised that Emperor's Armpits did not pay me to drink a tall boy of whiskey. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I will start laughing. The conventional rule is that this is normally a competitive game. This is normally a competition. I just have not found other takers among VTubers because I'm old. And they're all too young for this. Normally the competition is that you read until you laugh and then you hand it to the next person. Or you make a mistake. And Tohu here has done this competition before, and so he is yelling at me when I pronounce things correctly that are spelled incorrectly. With a nauseating thud, the severed oval toppled to the floor as the segregated torso of Grignr's bovine antagonist swayed, then collapsed in a pool of swirled crimson. And Annie Plush, thank you for the follow, and It's Miog, thank you for the follow. In the confusion, the soldiers' fellows confronted Grignr with unsheathed cutlasses directed toward the latter's scowling makeup. The slut should have picked his quarry more carefully, roared the victor in a mocking baritone growl, as he wiped his dripping blade on the prostrate form and returned it to its scabbard. The fool should have shown more prudence. However, you shall rue your actions while rotting in the pits, stated one of the sprawled soldier's comrades. Grignr's hands began to remove his blades from its leather housing, but retarded the motion in face of the blades waving before his face. Enticing Thorn, I am literally an editor at my day job. I literally am an editor. This is something special. This is special. Retarded the motion. It's really good. Yeah, it's not a great job. I like it, but it's not a great job. Dismiss your hand from the hilt, barbarian, or you shall find a foot of steel sheathed in your gizzard. Grignr weighed his position, observing his plight, whereupon he took the soldier's advice as the only logical choice. To attempt to hack his way from his pre-sent predicament could only warrant certain death. He was of no mind to bring upon his own demise if an alternate path presented itself. The will to necessitate his life forced him to yield to the superior force in hopes of a moment of carelessness later upon the part of his captors in which he could effect a more plausible means of escape. Whew. No commas. You may steady your arms. I will go without struggle. Your decision is a wise one, yet perhaps you would have been better off had you forced death. The soldier's mouth wrinkled to a sadistic grin of knowing mirth as he prodded his prisoner on with his sword points. Yeah, carlessness. Yeah. This barbarian is a friggin' nerd. It's so true. I mean, there's precedent, right? There's precedent for a barbarian being a huge friggin' nerd. This is a known thing. Yeah. This was by Hexengale. This is by Hexengale. Usually the narrator is a nerd, it's true. And I am the nerd, right? After an indiscriminate period of marching through slinking alleyways and dim moonlighted streets, the procession confronted a massive After an indiscriminate period of marching through slinking alleyways and dim moonlighted streets, the procession confronted a massive seraglio. Listen, Irenu. Listen. I don't have to worry about BO from the chest hair. The seraglio is actually the part that kills me. This is the part that actually kills me. This is the seraglio. The group was admitted through the gilded gateway, and Grigner was led along to a stone pathway bordered by plush vegetation, lustfully enhanced by the moon's shimmering rays. Upon reaching the palace, the group was granted entrance, and after several minutes of explanation, led through several winding corridors to a richly draped chamber. Yep. This is what happens when you have a thesaurus, but no dictionary. Confronting the group was a short, stocky man seated upon a golden throne. Tapestries of richly draped regal blue silk covered all walls of the chamber, while the steps leading to the throne were plated with sparkling white ivory. I am honestly way more thrown by the times where the description doesn't make any goddamn sense at all than by the basic typographical errors. Plated with ivory? What the hell are you talking about? The man upon the throne had a naked wench seated at each of his arms, and a trusted advisor seated in back of him. At each corner of the chamber, a guard stood at attention, with upraised pikes supported in their hands, golden chainmail adorning their torsos, and barred helmets emitting scarlet plumes enshrouding their heads. The man rose from his throne to the dais surrounding it. His plush turquoise robe dangled loosely from his chunky frame. Yep, how the hell are you making plating of ivory? That one really threw me. I also like this, barred helmets emitting scarlet plumes enshrouding their heads. That's a really dreadful one. The soldiers surrounding Grigner fell to their knees with heads bowed to the stone masonry of the floor in fearful dignity to their sovereign, liege. Explain the purpose of this intrusion upon my chateau. Your Serenity, resplendent in noble grandeur, we have brought this yokel before you, the soldier gestured toward Grigner, for the redress or your all-knowing wisdom in judgment regarding his fate. Down on your knees, lout, and pray proper homage to your sovereign, commanded the pudgy noble of Grigner. Here we go. Gotta think about this one. By the surly beard of Mrifk, Grigner kneels to no man, scowled the massive barbarian. Have a merc. There are a couple of other ESL speakers in chat. ESL speakers, please ask questions. Please ask questions, because for the love of heaven, do not learn anything from this. Do not learn from this. If there is something that happens here that confuses the shit out of you, be sure to ask. Be sure to ask. There are some pretty literate people in chat who can tell you, no, that is not how we use that word in English. I do like this illustration a lot. It's Doctor Strange. I like this Doctor Strange here. You dare to deal this blasphemous act to me? You are indeed brave, stranger, yet your valor smacks of foolishness. Hellhound _ Oni777, thank you for the follow. It's Orbless Doctor Strange. Yes, it's very evil wizard core, yeah. I find you to be the only fool, sitting upon your pompous throne, enhancing the rolling flabs of your belly in the midst of your elaborate luxury. And the soldier standing at Grigner's side smote him heavily in the face with the flat of his sword, cutting short the harsh words and knocking his battered helmet to the masonry with an echoing clang. Yeah, there's illustrations. And the original was printed on multicolored paper. Nope, an American. This was an American. Honestly, as I get older, I'm more forgiving of a lot of this stuff. I can tell a lot of what's going on here. This is somebody who is young, doesn't have a lot of experience, did not have an editor, did have a thesaurus. Yeah, and there's actually some kind of good turns of phrase in here. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm gonna be honest. There's some things in here I actually kind of like. Enhancing the rolling flabs of your belly is pretty funny. I think that's pretty funny. Don't like to make Blue. You might be impressed by some editors' patience. The paunching noble's sagging round face flushed suddenly pale, then pastily lit up to a lustrous cherry red radiance. His lips trembled with malicious rage, while emitting a muffled, sibilant gibberish. His sagging flabs rolled like a tub of upset jelly, then compressed as he sucked in his gut in an attempt to conceal his softness. This is Mr. Fantastic. He likes sagging a lot. He likes swirled a lot. He likes female a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty good at tongue twisters, I will say. Thank you, Irene, for noticing. I'm pretty good at those. Muffled sibilant gibberish is a really... Man. Man. I don't know what to say about that one. That one doesn't work. He does like alliteration, which I respect. I respect alliteration a lot. I really respect working in alliteration, but you need to be strategic, and this guy's just doing it wherever. The prince regained his statue, then spoke to the soldiers surrounding Grigner, his face conforming to an ugly expression of sadistic humor. Take this uncouth heathen to the vault of misery, and be sure that his agonies are long and drawn out before death can release him. As you wish, dear sire, your command shall be heeded immediately, answered the soldier to the right of Grigner as he stared into the barbarian's seemingly unaffected face. Exactly, Scaldy. Scaldy's got it. The advisor seated in the back of the noble slowly rose and advanced to the side of his master, motioning the wenches seated at his sides to remove themselves. He lowered his head and whispered to the noble. I just want people to take note of this one. Seated in the back of the noble. In the back. Not on the back, Pepedri. In the back. Yes. In the back of the noble. It's just some goblins is how I actually imagined it, historically speaking. But Not in public. Not in public, Tohubohu. Eminence, the punishment you have decreed will cause much misery to this scum. Yet it will last only a short time. Then release him to a land beyond the sufferings of the human body. Why not mellow him in one of the subterranean vaults for a few days, then send him to life labor in one of your buried mines? To one such as he, a life spent in the confinement of the Stygian pits will be an infinitely more appropriate and lasting torture. The noble cupped his drooping double chin in the folds of his briming palm, meditating for a moment upon the rationality of the counselor's words, then raised his shaggy brown eyes and turned towards the advisor, eyes aglow. As always, Agfund, you speak with great wisdom. Your words ring of great knowledge concerning the nature of one such as he, saith the king. The noble turned toward the prisoner with a noticeable shimmer reflecting in his frog-like eyes, his lips contorting to a greasy grin. I have decided to void my previous decree. The prisoner shall be removed to one of the palace's underground vaults. There he shall stay until I have decided that he has sufficiently simmered, whereupon he is to be allowed to spend the remainder of his days at labor in one of my mines. He did say eyes. He finally said eyes. Also, he's a king. Yeah, he's a noble lord prince king. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's like in Crusader Kings, right? In Crusader Kings, you don't just like when you become king, you don't like stop being a prince, right? You just stack them, right? You just stack them. You just keep on stacking those titles. That's how you play Crusader Kings, right? You never give up your titles, you never hand them out, you just kind of keep on stacking them. Thank you, Scaldy having fun here. Yeah, title maxing, exactly. Upon hearing this, Grigner realized that his fate would be far less merciful than death to one such as he, who is used to roaming the countryside at will. A life of confinement would be more than his body could stand up to. This type of life would be immeasurably worse than death. One such as he loves one such as he. I shall never understand the ways of your twisted civilization. I simply defend my honor and am condemned to life confinement by a pig who sits on his royal ass wooing whores and knows nothing of the affairs of the land he imagines he rules, lectures Grigner. Enough of this. Away with this slut before I loose my control. Seeing the peril of his position, Grigner searched for an opening. Crushing Prudence to the sward, he plowed into the soldier at his left arm, taking hold of his sword, and bounding to the dais, supporting the prince before the startled guards could regain their composure. Agafin leaped Grigner and his sire, but found a sword permeating the length of his ribs before he could loose his weapon. Did he? Is a great question, yeah. Did he? Did he loose his control? The counselor slumped to his knees as Grigner slid his crimson blade from Agafin's ribcage. The fat prince stood undulating in insurmountable fear before the edge of the fiery-maned comet, his flabs of jellied blubber pulsating to and fro in ripples of flowing terror. Where is your wisdom and power now, your majesty? Growled Grigner. The prince went rigid as Grigner discerned him glazing over his shoulder. He slaved into the cause of the noble's attention, raised his sword over his head, and prepared to leash a vicious downward cleft, but fell short as the haft of steel-rimed pike clashed against his unguarded skull. Then blackness and solitude. Silence enshrouding and ever peaceful reigned supreme. Before me, sirrah, before me as always. Ha ha ha, nobly cackled. Jellied blubber does sound like jellied eels, yes. Yes. The way this is described, it's like I don't have a lot of it's definitely something I have less patience for than some of the other stuff. Is it just like harping on about describing somebody's body in like such a negative light is just like it's an obnoxious habit. It's an obnoxious habit. It's definitely one of, at a technical level, J.K. Rowling's more obnoxious sins as a writer. Here, though, it's just confusing. Like, human bodies aren't like this. Human bodies are just not like... They just can't do this. That's true, he does use slut in a gender-neutral framing. He is gender-neutral about using slut. Which I am positive about. Consciousness returned to Grigner in stigmatic pools as his mind gradually cleared of the cobwebs cluttering its inner recesses, yet the Stygian cloud of charcoal ebony remained. An incompatible shield of blackness, enhanced by the bleak absence of sound. Yeah, Blue, I mean, yeah. Or he has not been around fat people very much. Like, I don't know, man. It reads as kind of like one-upping without thinking. In general, he doesn't do a good job of describing where things are going. Like, he has very bad staging. His staging is very terrible. It's awful is what I'm saying. He's not good at staging events. Let me reiterate, it's hard to tell where things are happening in the story. Grigner's muddled brain reeled from the shock of the blow he had received to the base of his skull. The events leading to his predicament were slow to filter back to him. He dickered with the notion that he was dead and had descended or sunk, however it may be, to the shadowed land beyond the aperture of the grave, but rejected this hypothesis when his memory sifted back the within his grips. This was not the land of the dead, it was something infinitely more precarious than anything the grave could offer. Death promised an infinity of peace, not the finite misery of an inactive life of confined torture, forever concealed from the life-bearing shafts of the beloved rising sun. The orb that had been taken for granted, yet now cherished above all else. To be forever refused further glimpses of the snow-capped summits of the land of his birth, never again to witness the thrill of plundering unexplored lands beyond the crest of a bleeding horizon, and perhaps worst of all, the Nile to ever again encompass the lustful exciting of caressing the naked curves of the body of a trim-yound wench. The orbs. Yes, more precarious. It's there's a lot going on here, right? Yeah. Of a trim-yound wench. What is a trim-yound wench? Sound off in chat. I think it goes up. I'm reading that as up because it's not covering. It's covering a lot more of within. I'm reading it as I read it all on top of within. A fish most blubbersome was presented before you, as if plundered from the bosom of the earth itself. That's a character from Endless Space 2, right? That's one of the Endless Space 2 heroes. Is the hut fish. That's a great question, Beautiful Angel. That's a great question. This was indeed one of the buried chasms of hell concealed within the inner depths of the palace's despised interior. A fearful ebony chamber devised to drive to the brinks of insanity the minds of the unfortunately condemned through the inapt solitude of a limbo of listless, dreary silence. Now chapter 3.5. Though I might look up Endless Space Lumeris Heroes. Let me see. Hero list. Gonna sort by... That's already sorted by that. So... Oh, I can't click through on that. That's useless. Yeah, 3.5. 3.5. 3.5. A tightly rung elliptical circle or torches cast their wavering shafts prancing morbidly over the smooth surface of the rectangular, ridged altar. Why are there half chapters? Why don't more things use half chapters? These are questions we may never know the answer to. I am much more concerned with how something is an elliptical circle. Yeah, he loves shafts. Homie loves shafts. And he loves somebody being seated inside somebody else. Yeah, right? Right? Baffling. Expertly chiseled forms of grotesque gargoyles graced the oblique rim protubrating the length of the grim orifice of death, staring forever ahead into nothingness in complete ignorance of the bloody rites enacted in their presence. Yep, it's a great question. It's a great question. Brown flaking stains decorated the golden surface of the ridge surrounding the altar, which banked to a small slit at the lower right-hand corner of the altar. The slit stood above a crudely pounded pail, which had several silver mesh chalices hanging at its side. Dangling at the rim-off golden mallet, the handle of which was engraved with images of twisted faces and groved at its far end with slots designed for a snug hand grip. The head of the mallet was slightly larger than a clenched fist and shaped into a smooth oval mass. Sorry, what the... Too much. It is... So people are wondering, people may be wondering, you know, I've edited before and I've talked, and people are sometimes confused about a piece of editing and writing advice, which is, do you really need that adjective? And do you really need that adverb? Do you really need that adjective and do you really need that adverb? Do you? This is what happens when you don't ask that question. This is what happens when you don't ask yourself if you really need several silver meshed chalices. Have you really done anything there? Have you really done anything there? Encircling the marble altar was a congregation of leering shaman, eerie chants of a bygone age, originating unknown eons before the memory of man, were being uttered from the buried recesses of the alkalite's deep lings. Orange paint was smeared in generous globules over the tops of pierced, wrinkled, shaven scalps, while golden rings projected from the lobes of their pink ears. Ornate robes of luster purple satin enclosed their bulging torsos, attached around their wrists with silvered silk lashes, latched with ebony buckles in the shape of morose misshaped skulls. I'm going cross-eyed. Dangling around their necks were oval-fashioned medallions held by thin gold chains, featuring in their centers blood-red rubies, which resembled crimson fetish eyeballs. Cushioning their bare feet were plush red felt slippers with pointed golden spikes projecting from their tips. Hello, Dania! Hello, Dania. Dania is a sweet little bean. Dania is a sweet little bean who does not deserve this. Who does not deserve this treatment. They are very much a books person. They are lovely. I think I missed book club. I'm just realizing I think I missed your book club. Shit. But yes. Yeah, somebody else who knows what is happening. Yeah. This is a... Yeah, Dania's a sweet little bookworm, book mouse. And I cannot believe that we're putting them through this. Let's see what we got here. Where were we? This actually throws me a lot as well. Wrinkled, shaven scalps. Like, scalps don't really wrinkle, and I don't really shave very much. I'm not going bald. But I feel like wrinkly spots are really hard to shave. That seems really... Yeah. Thank you, Dania. Thank you, Dania. My last couple weeks were pretty hectic. Yeah, and this is so much description. So much description. Of things that do not matter. Who cares about these? Their bare feet were wearing slippers. They're not bare feet. That's the part. That's the kind of stuff that drives me nuts. Situated in front of the altar and directly adjacent to the copper pail was a massive jade idol, a misshaped, hideous bust of the shaman's pagan deity. The shimmering green idol was placed in a sitting posture on an ornately carved golden throne raised upon a round, ivory-plated dais, its bulging arms and webbed hands resting on the padded arms of the seat. Its head was entwined in golden snake-like coils hanging over its oblong ears, which tapered off to thin, hollow points. Its nose was a bulging triangular mass, sunken in at its sides, with toe-gaping nostrils. Dramatic beneath the nostrils was a twisted, shaggy-lipped mouth, giving the impression of a slavering, sadistic grimace. Yeah. The grippers are out, but they're in slippers? Yeah, like, what does he care? Yeah, so sandals? That's a good point. But if you only wear sandals, in this universe. At the foot of the heathen deity, a slender, pale-faced female, naked but for a golden jeweled harness enshrouding her huge outcropping breasts, supporting long silver laces which extended to her thigh, stood before the pearl-white field with noticeable shivers traveling up and down the length of her exquisitely molded body. Her delicate lips trembled beneath soft, narrow hands as she attempted to conceal herself from the piercing stare of the ambivalent idol. They didn't call it self-love back in those days, Humter. They called it self-abuse. I'm ambivalent just listening to this. Glaring directly down towards her was the stony cycloptic face of the bloated deity. Gaping from its single oblong socket was scintillating many-faceted scarlet emerald, a brilliant gem seeming to possess a life all of its own. A priceless gleaming stone, capable of domineering the wealth of conquering empires. The Eye of Argon. Yeah, the author abused the reader instead of himself. Exactly. This is why John Harvey Kellogg was wrong. This is why John Harvey Kellogg had to be stopped. This is what we were being protected from. This is John Harvey Kellogg's legacy. All knowledge of measuring time had escaped Grigner. When a person is deprived of the sun, moon, and stars, he loses all conception of time as he had previously understood it. It seemed as if years had passed, if time were being measured by terms of misery and mental anguish, yet he estimated that his stay had only been a few days in length. He has slept 3 times and had been fed 5 times since his awakening in the crypt. However, when the actions of the body are restricted, its needs are also affected. The need for nourishment and slumber are directly proportional to the functions the body has performed, meaning that when free and active, Grigner may become hungry every 6 hours and witness the desire for sleep every 15 hours, whereas in his present condition he may encounter the need for food every 10 hours, and the want for rest every 20 hours. All methods he had before depended upon were extinct in the dismal pit. Hence, he may have been imprisoned for 10 minutes or 10 years. He did not know, resulting in a disheartened emotion deep within his... What the... Good night, Irenu. It's good to see you again. Yeah, this is Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality moment here. Honeybee us, thank you for the follow. This is the Harry Potter and Methods of Rationality element of the story. This isn't even the first time he's done crap like this. This isn't even the first time he's done crap like this. It's this is dreadful, right? So like he's got a couple of modes of writing, right? He's got a couple of modes of writing. He writes in one way when he's describing scenes, right? When he's describing areas, he's got one mode of writing. And that's very distinct, right? He's got this very distinct mode of writing when he's just trying to do the book equivalent of a scene establishing shot. Then he's got a totally different style of writing for action sequences. Like those two writing styles are like fairly similar. But then when he gets into like internal logic, he has a completely different style of writing that is actually pretty competent, just really boring and pointless. Like this is not that offensive as like in terms of like a word choice. At a word choice level, the sins here are not that he is choosing annoying words. The sins here are not that he is using too many goddamn adjectives and adverbs. Well, there's also this question of like, this is like 2 sentences tops. This is like 10 or 15 words. You don't really need to go into detail here, and it's a completely different writing voice from the rest of it. This is a not incompetent technical writing. It's extremely boring fiction writing. It's extremely boring fiction writing is what it is. But it's a very different sin from like what we're about to walk into. We're about to step on another rake. The food, if you can call the mouldering lumps of fetid mush that to that extent, was borne to him by 2 guards who opened a portal at the top of his enclosure and shoved it to him in wooden bowls, retrieving the food and water bowels from his previous meal at the same time, after which they threw back the bolts on the iron latch and returned to their other duties. Since deprived of all other means of nourishment, Grigner was impelled to eat the tainted slop in order to ward off the pangs of starvation, though as he stuffed it into his mouth with his filthy fingers and struggled to force it down his throat, he imagined that it was that which had been spurned by the hounds stationed at various segments of the palace. Oh yeah, this is awful. Yeah, it's Mio. Yeah, it's Mio. This is yeah. This is a punishment stream for a reason. This was a quote reward for 50 subs on my subathon. If you think this is a punishment, I can inflict much worse psychic damage on you. There was little in the barren vault that could occupy his body or mind. He had paced out the length and width of the enclosure time and time again, and tested every single granite slab which consisted the walls of the prison in hopes of finding a hidden passage to freedom, all of which was to no avail other than to keep him busy and distracted his mind from wandering to thoughts of what he believed was his future. He had memorized the number of strides from one end to the other of the cell and knew the exact number of slabs upon which make up the Blake dungeon. Numerous schemes were introduced and alternately discarded in turn as they succored to unravel to him no means of escape which stood the slightest chance of a success. Yeah, Tohu knows what's going on. Anguish continued to mount as his means of occupation were rapidly exhausted. Suddenly, with no tithe, he was routed from his contemplations as he detected a faint scratching sound at the end of the crypt opposite him. The sound seemed to be caused by something trying to scrape away at the granite blocks of the floor enclosures consisted of. The sandy scratching of something like an animal's claws. The feel when no time. Yeah, I mean, Humpter, like this is, yeah, and that's Tohu has said what I was about to say, which is that he is doing a practice fanfic of Conan the Barbarian. And Robert E. Howard has a lot of weaknesses as a person and as a writer, but overall, his basic level prose is very highly competent. He is very, very confident. He writes really good, solid prose, and it's a really simple set of concepts that Conan the Barbarian is engaged with. They're good books. They're good stories. They are often extremely racist, but their core writing competencies are high, and so he's clearly taking a lot from that. And again, honestly, there's not every single moment of this is awful. Not every single moment of this is completely awful. Most of it is. Most of it is. But not 100% of it. Grigner gradually groped his way to... This alliteration. Grigner gradually groped his way to the other end of the vault, carefully feeling his way along with his hands ahead of him. When a few inches from the wall, a loud, penetrating squeal and the scampering of small, padded feet reverberated from the walls of the roughly hewn chamber. Grigner threw his hands up to shield his face and flung himself backwards upon his buttocks. A fuzzy form bounded to his hairy chest, burying its talons in his flesh while gnashing towards his throat with its grinding white teeth. Its sour, fetid breath scorching the squirming barbarian's dilating nostrils. Grigner grappled with the lashing flexor muscles of the repugnant body of a gargantuan brown-hided rat, striving to hold its razor teeth from his juicy jugular, as its beady gray organs of sight glazed into the flaring emeralds of its prey. Rat mentioned. Yes, rat mentioned. We love the rat here. We love the rat here. Organs of sight. Yeah, this guy hates saying eyes. This guy is a problem with eyes. And here, the emeralds are also eyes, right? The emeralds are also eyes. But yeah, we're about to watch our protagonist, our level 20 barbarian, get murked by a rat. Taking hold of the rodent around its lean, growling stomach with both hands, Grigner pried it from his crimson-rent breast, removing small patches of flayed flesh from his chest in the motion between the squalid black claws of the starving beast. Holding the rodent at arm's length, he cupped his right hand over its frothing face, constricting his fingers into a vice-like fist over the quivering head. Retaining his grips on the rat, Grigner flexed his outstretched arms while slowly twisting his right hand clockwise and his left hand counterclockwise motion. I'm sorry, that's so goofy. The rodent let out a tortured squall, drawing scarlet as it violently dug its foam-flecked fangs into the barbarian's sweating palm, causing his face to contort to an ugly grimace as he cursed beneath his breath. This is so funny. So specific. Flexed his outstretched arms while slowly twisting his right hand clockwise and his left hand counterclockwise. Oh my god, they're so long. They're so long. They're so long. As a person who's reading it out loud, I am actually I'm at this moment much more irritated with the lack of commas. The lack of commas is absolutely killing me. Okay, I'm doing it. We got a hand cam ready. We can do this. So, let's turn on, where is it? There's the hand cam. Okay, we got hand cam. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Right hand clockwise, left hand counterclockwise. He's going like this. He's straight jorking it. He's straight jork. Yeah, okay. So he's jorking the rat. That's what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely easier to do this than to do this. And definitely easier to do this than to do this. Yeah, there's the... Yeah, that's definitely how you twist a rat to death, folks. Yeah. Alright, let's get back to the business. With a loud crack, the rodent's head parted from its squirming torso, sending out a sprinkling shower of crimson gore and trailing a slimy string of disjointed vertebrae. Snapped trachea, esophagus, and jugular, disjointed hyoid bone, morose, purple, stretched hide, and blood-smeared muscles. I'm gonna read that sentence again, because I liked it. With a loud crack, the rodent's head parted from its squirming torso, sending out a sprinkling shower of crimson gore, and trailing a slimy string of disjointed vertebrae, snapped trachea, esophagus, and jugular, disjointed hyoid bone, morose purpled stretched hide, and blood-seared muscles. Yeah, he wrung the he wrung the rat, or twisted it. You know, he twisted the rat's neck, or snapped it. You know, he's got options. This is like why esophagus? Why do we care? Why? Disjointed hyoid bone? What is a disjointed hyoid bone? That's so strange. Flinging the broken body to the floor, Grigner shook his blood-streaked hands and wiped them against his thigh until dry, then wiped the blood that had showered to his face and from his eyes. Again, sitting himself upon the jagged floor, he prepared to once more revamp his glum meditations. He told himself that as long as he still breathed the gust of life through his lungs, hope was not yet lost. He told himself this, but found it hard to comprehend in his gloomy surroundings. Yet he was still alive, his bulging sinews at their peak of marvel, his struggling mind floating in a myriad of impressed excellence of thought. Plot after plot sifted through his mind in energetic contemplations. What? I'm pretty sure myral's not a word. Just so you know, any ESL people still surviving, myral, I'm pretty confident, is not a word. Then it hit him. Minutes may have passed in silent thought, or days, he could not tell, but he stumbled at last upon a plan that he considered as holding a slight margin of plausibility. He might die in the attempt, but he knew he would not submit without a final bloody struggle. It was not a foolproof plan, yet it built up a store of renewed vortexed energy into his overwrought soul. Though he might perish in the execution of the escape, he would still be escaping the life of infinite torture in store for him. Either way, he would still cheat the gloating prince of the succored revenge his sadistic mind craved so dearly. I always assumed that it was Spiral. A sound so eversomely frightful spewed out of the rodent as its body was jorked lifeless by the barbarian brutally trained hands, covering them in essence most crimson. Yeah, there's a lot of redundancy in here. It's pretty brutal. The guards would soon come to bear him off to the prince's buried mines of dread, giving him the sought-after opportunity to execute his newly formulated plan. Groping his way along the rough floor, Grigner finally found his tool in a pool of concealed gore. The carcass of the decapitated rodent. The tool that the very filth he had been sentenced to spawned. When the time came for action, he would have to be prepared, so he set himself to rending the sticky hulk in grim silence, searching by the touch of his fingertips for the lever to freedom. Yeah, filth spawns rat. Yeah. Rat jorker. Up to the altar, and be done with it, wench, ordered a fidgeting shaman, as he gave the female a grim stare accompanied by the wrinkling of his lips to a mirthful grin of delight. The girl burst into a slow, steady whimper, stooping shakily to her knees and cringing woefully from the priest with both arms wound snake-like around the bulging jade shin rising before her scantily attired figure. Her face was redly inflamed from the salty flow of tears spouting from her glassy dilated eyeballs. I am pretty confident we are not passing the Bechdel test today. I'm pretty sure that one's not happening. I am comfortable. I am comfortable in the prediction that we are not getting a Bechdel pass today. I'm much more caught up on the fact that this is literally unfilmable. Literally unfilmable. This sentence is a particularly famous one. You might notice that the jade. You're all noticing the eyeballs and you're missing the jade. Love the jade. Her arms are snake-like, which is interesting. Does she have a lot more articulation than most of us do? But to me, it's the inflamed from the salty flow of tears spouting. It's like, oh, come on, man. She was crying. Come on. It's just Nagi. It's just Nagi. It's just Nagi Quetzali. Yeah, it's just our dear friend Nagi Quetzali. Happy Year of the Snake, everyone. Happy Year of the Snake, everyone. With short, heavy footfalls, is it a priest or a shaman? Those are different things. With short, heavy footfalls, the priest approached the female, his piercing stare never wavering from her quivering young countenance. Halting before the terrified girl, he projected his arm outward and motioned her to arise with an upward movement of his hand. The girl's whimpering increased slightly and she sunk closer to the floor rather than arising. The flickering torches outlined her trim build with a weird ornate glow, as it cast a ghostly shadow in horrid waves of splendor over smoothly worn whiteness of the marble-hewn altar. Is it marble or is it granite? Yeah, priest, shaman, cultist. They've also done acolyte as a synonym for priest. Yeah, there's a reason incels picked it up, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is genuinely kind of interesting how much, like, this guy's like so afraid of using the same word twice. There are only a few words that he's used more than, like, he's really working hard to use to like never use the same word twice in a row. He's like really giving that thesaurus a workout, right? But female, he's really consistent about. Female, he is really consistent about. And I mean, yeah, to your note, Scaldy, it's there's a bit of a difference between using female as an adjective versus using it as a noun. Tends to be the difference that people use. And I'll be honest, like, I kind of struggle to even read this as a particularly incel-y work. Just because it's, like, it doesn't hate women enough. Yeah, it's got like the kind of like trivial, boring misogyny that is so common for works of this era and for just general fiction and science fiction and fantasy in general. Yeah, it's misogynistic, but it's not like remotely hateful enough, right? It's not like, it just sucks, right? Like, it just sucks. It's just a bad story. I will allow that. You got dinged for, of all of the things that you could have said in there, Tohu Bohu, that was actually just literally the word views. Well, yeah, he's very much objectifying the one woman in the entire story. He's very much objectifying the one woman in the entire story. It's because of view bots. It's because of bots, Tohu. That's a common bot. That's a bot trigger phrase. That's why. It's a second line of defense against after Seribot. It is very funny given what you said, given what you wrote. Yeah. Oh God. There is one woman in this story. The shaman's lips curled back farther, exposing a set of blackened, decaying molars, which transformed his slovenly grin into a wide, greasy arc of sadistic mirth, and alternately interposed into the female a strong sensation of stomach-curdling nausea. Fellas, homies, class. Class. I want you to do an exercise for me. I want you to, this is an exercise for you at home. Smile. Right? I want you to smile. And smile as wide as you can. And, you know, look at yourself in a camera or a mirror or just with your mind's eye. Just imagine. Smile. How far back do you have to pull your lips for somebody to see your molars from your smile? I just want you to think about that one for a moment. Okay. I was thinking about atogs. If people are familiar with the atogs. Atog. I was thinking about these homies. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah, I did see the atog. Yeah. I've seen many Atogs. Atogs are very funny to me. I don't even play Magic the Gathering. I just think Atogs are funny. Have it as you will, female, gloated the enhanced priest. Enhanced in what way? Enhanced in what way? How was the priest enhanced, buddy? For one time you haven't described enough. I can only imagine that he's like I do like Matthew Riceseeker's interpretation, but all I can imagine is like really erect. That's all I can think. Have it as you will, female, gloated the enhanced priest as he bent over at the waist, projecting his ape-like arms forward, and clasped the female's slender arms with his hairy, round fists. With an inward surge of his biceps, he harshly jerked the trembling girl to her feet and smothered her salty, wet cheeks with the moldy touch of his decrepit, dull red lips. He jorked. Yep, we got jorking happening here. The vile stench of the shaman's hot, fetid breath overcame the nauseated female with a deep soul-searing sickness, causing her to wrench her head backwards and regurgitate a slimy, orange-white stream of swelling gore over the richly woven purple robe of the enthused acolyte. Annie, it is... What he is writing, his action writing does not make any sense. Like, his action writing makes no damn sense. He does not have... These are not staged meaningfully. There's not good staging to this. This one is actually less insane. Oh yeah, Scaldy. The story opens up with a sword fight. The first page is a sword fight. This is... There's a girl sitting on the ground, and a guy goes over to her and leans forward and grabs and jerks her up to her feet, and his breath is so bad that she pukes on his back. That's what this reads. That's what this reads to me. So, how many of you understood that that's what happened? Right? Like, how many of you actually understood that that is what happened? This is a different guy. This is a different guy. This is a priest is jerking a girl. She jerks her. That's a good point. That's a good point. Tohu. Yeah, it does not make a lot of sense there. You're correct. The priest's lips trembled with a malicious rage as he removed his calloused paws from the girl's arms and replaced them with tightly around her undulating neck, shaking her violently to and fro. We've cut to a new scene. We've cut to a new scene. Here at chapter 5. Where I'm just going to give a little bit of a writing note here. Are these guys supposed to be rich or not? That's what's getting under my skin here. Are these priests / shamans supposed to be understood to be privileged or not? Because if we're supposed to be understanding them as privileged, as wealthy, as luxurious, then why do they have such fucking bad hygiene? Right? Yeah, they're rich but filthy. These are oh my god, it's Steve Jobs. Oh my god, it's Steve Jobs. Fuck me. Okay, okay. Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense. Yeah. The girl gasped a tortured groan from her clamped lungs, her sea-blue eyes bulging forth from damp sockets. Cocking her right foot backwards, she leashed it desperately outwards with the strength of a demon possessed, lodging her sandaled foot squarely between the shaman's testicles. Yeah, I mean, Hoopter's a common thing, and I hate it in Rowling's writing, and I hate it here. I do definitely hate it here, but here's also confusing, right? Here it's also making it like harder to follow what's happening. And it's harder to make sense of it, and like it makes Grigner's critiques confusing and incoherent. Like it just makes it harder to follow. Yeah, the Blue is focusing on the important news. Blue is focusing on the important part. That's important. That's an important detail. Could anybody here do that? I couldn't do that. The startled priest released his crushing grip, crimping his body over at the waist, overlooking his recessed belly. Wide open in a deep chasm, his face flushed to a rose-red shade of crimson, eyelids fluttering wide, with eyeballs protruding blindly outward from their sockets to their outmost perimeters, while his lips quivered wildly about, allowing an agonized wallow to gust forth as his breath billowed from burning lungs. His hand reached out, clutching his urinary gland as his knees wobbled rapidly about for a few seconds, then buckled, causing the ruptured shaman to collapse in an egg-huddled mass to the granite pavement, rolling helplessly about in his agony. The urinary gland. Yeah, the urinary gland. And yeah, Hoomter, that's exactly it, right? Like, between the testicles, so she missed. I hate this paragraph. This paragraph sucks. This paragraph's awful. This paragraph's awful. Absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Overlooking his recessed belly. What? A rose-red shade of crimson, which is a different shade. Crimson is a different shade from rose. Man. I'm not sure that anything qualifies as urinary glands. I don't even know what that means. I thought glands meant a specific thing that like, I don't know, like your kidneys maybe? I like how he's ruptured, right? I like how he's ruptured, like he's an enemy in Ape Out. You know, just like the blood escaping from his body. Yeah, I don't think that, like, I thought glands, like, meant... I thought glands was, like... I'm not a biologist by any stretch. But I thought glands had to produce, I thought glands were things, like, produced, what do you call them? Hormones. I thought what made them glands. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That made them glands. Which, there's nothing that's urinary. There's no hormone that's urinary. I'm waiting, Hoomter. What do you got? Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, Hoopter. That's a good point, Hoopter. I like that. That's a good point. That's a good point. The pathetic screeches of the shaman groveling in dejected misery upon the hand-hewn granite-laid pavement, worn smooth by countless hours of arduous sweat and toil, a welter of ichor oozing through his clenched hands, attracted the perturbed attention of his comrades from their fetid ululations. The actions of this rebellious wench bespoke the credence of unheard-of sacrilege. Never before in a lost maze of untold eons had a chosen one dared to demonstrate such blasphemy in the face of the cult's idolic deity. Yeah, Ichor from the balls? Honestly, this is like, this priest is just completely not human. Right? This priest is just completely not human. It doesn't work at all. It doesn't work at all. Eyeballs protruding blindly outward from their socket to their outermost perimeters. What? That's not a thing. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like none of this makes sense, right? This thing is this thing's all over the place. This guy's a really disturbing looking alien, is what I'm getting out of it. This guy's messed up looking. The girl cowered in unreasoning terror, helpless in the face of the emblazoned acolyte's rage. Her orchid-tussled face smothered betwixt her bulging bosom, as she shut her curled, lashed tightly, hoping to open them and find herself awakening from a morbid nightmare. Yet the hand of destiny decreed her no such mercy. The antagonized pack of leering shaman converging tensely upon her prostrate form were entangled all too lividly in the grim web of reality. Yeah, that's true. Also, I don't know what orchid means here. I don't know what orchid means here. I just don't know what it means here. Doesn't mean anything to me here. Shuddering from the clammy touch of the shaman as they grappled with her supple form, hands wrenching at her slender arms and legs in all directions, her bare body being molested in the midst of a labyrinth of orange smudges, purple satin, and mangled skulls, shadowed in an eerie crimson glow. Her confused head reeled, then clouded in a mist of enshrouding ebony as she lapsed beneath the protective sheet of unconsciousness to a land peach and resign. Yeah, he's used orchid for hair a couple of times, but it doesn't like make any sense. It's just gibberish. The enhanced priest must have been pretty high level. Yep. Yeah, she's got purple hair. She's got purple hair. Oh. That's how woke we are. That's how woke we are. We got purple hair. That's our level of wokeness on today's chat, on today's channel. That's our level of woke here. I'm now imagining her with a side up. I'm now imagining her with a side buzz. That's she's got the cyberpunk hair. She's got cyberpunk character hair. That's what I'm imagining now. Mara, you have chosen a terrible time. You have chosen a terrible time. This is a terrible day to have a curse. Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Your presence is requested in another far deeper hellhole. Grigner slipped his right hand to his thigh, concealing a small opaque object beneath the folds. That did me in. That did me in. They have. Grigner called somebody else a slut. Grigner did call somebody else a slut. They're using it a lot. I think they have not actually called the woman a slut. Let's start this over again. Take hold of this rope, said the first soldier, and climb out from your pit, slut. Your presence is requested in another far deeper hellhole. Grigner slipped his right hand to his thigh, concealing a small opaque object beneath the folds of the G-string wrapped... Sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but this is gonna kill me. Yes. Grigner slipped his right hand to his thigh, concealing a small opaque object beneath the folds of the G-string wrapped about his waist. Hello, Ratmost. You've missed the rat violence. You've missed the anti-rat violence. Brine wells swelled in Grigner's cold, jade-squinting eyes, which, grown accustomed to the gloom of the Stygian pools of ebony engulfing him, were bedazzled and blinded by flickering radiance cast forth by the second soldier's resin torch. Let's give this shout-out to Ratmost, because I like Ratmost a lot. Yeah, there's rat jorking happening. There was some very elaborate rat jorking happening earlier. Thank you, Ratmost. You're very kind. You're very kind. Ratmost is a very silly lady. Is a very silly lady. She was much funnier than I am. Watch her for funny, entertaining streams, as opposed to me, who you watch for painful, tedious streams. Yeah, we still know what his plan is. His plan's actually dumber than you think it is. Brine wells swelled in Grigner's cold, jade-squinting eyes, which, grown accustomed to the gloom of the Stygian pools of ebony engulfing him, were bedazzled and blinded by flickering radiance cast forth by the second soldier's resin torch. Oh no, I know that people. You guys are perfectly capable of leaving if you're not enjoying it. So I know that you like it. I know that you're having fun. But this is also an awful story. This also sucks. This is also extremely painful. Tightly gripped in the second soldier's right hand, opposite the intermittent torch, was a large double-edged axe, a long, leather-wound, oaken-handled, transfixing the center of the weapon's iron head. Adorning the torsos of both of the sentries were thin yet sturdy hauberks, the breastplates of which were woven of tightly hemmed twines of reinforced silver braiding. Hold on, I have to take a moment here. Because... Oh yeah, that's a good med check. Yes, Humter. Humter is catching the thing that hit me over the head. Tightly gripped in the soldier's right hand, opposite the intermittent torch was a large double-headed axe. A long, leather-wound, oaken-handled, transfixing the center of the weapon's iron head. Okay. So, it's a 2-bit axe with that's socket jointed. Okay. That's... I suppose. I don't know what else I don't know how else you would have a double-edged axe that isn't double-headed. I'm definitely reading it as a 2-bit axe with a center socket. Adorning the torsos of both of the sentries were thin yet sturdy hauberks, the breastplates of which were woven of tightly hemmed twines of reinforced silver. That's just headache-inducing. That is actually headache-inducing. You can't... It's just isolated descriptive phrases read in a pleasant voice. I am glad that I'm at least keeping a pleasant voice. Yeah, it's gibberish. It's absolutely incomprehensible. Absolute pure nonsense. Cupping the soldier's feet were thick leather sandals, wound about their shins to 2 inches below their knees. Please don't use cupping for that. Wrapped about their waist were wide satin girdles, with slender braided poignards dangling loosely from them, the hilts of which featured scarlet-encrusted gems. Don't let your poignards dangle loosely. That's how you get stabbed. Resting upon the manes of their heads and reaching midway to their brows were smooth, coppered morions. What's a morion? I don't know what a morion is. I don't know what that means. Spiraling the lower portion of the helmet were short, up-curved silver spikes, while a golden hump spired from the top of each bassinet. Beneath their chins wound around their necks and draping their clad shoulder dangled regal purple satin cloaks, which flowed midway to the soldiers' feet. French Revolution helmet. So it's a 17th century helmet that is also a medieval helmet because it's a bassinet. And why are they wearing copper helmets? Just why are they wearing copper helmets? And thank you for the sock. So they're wearing purple and gold and copper, but also they're not wearing leg armor? They also couldn't afford some leg armor. Hand over hand, feet braced against the dank walls of the... Sorry, dank walls. I'm sorry, the dank walls is really funny. Hand over hand, feet braced against the dank walls of the enclosure. Huge Grigner ascended from the mouldering depths of the forlorn abyss. His swelled limbs, stiff due to the boredom of a timeless inactivity, compounded by the musty atmosphere, and jagged granite protuberon against his body, craved for action. The opportunity now presenting itself served the purpose of oiling his rusty joints and honing his dulled senses. Yeah, just strappy sandals. Except Beowulf doesn't wear pants. I haven't watched Rosengarten, but if they've got a hairy old German guy just hanging dong in an anime, I'm pretty impressed. I'm guessing that they threw the... My read, Tohu, was that they threw the rope down. They threw a rope down and let him climb out. Which is still bad, right? Like, it's still nonsense. Still not how, like, anybody makes prison, but whatever. Whatever. That's something I'm willing to let go for fantasy's sake. He braced himself, facing the second soldier. The sentry's stature was wildly exaggerated in the glare of the flickering crescent cuppix in his right fist. What the hell is a crescent cuppix? His eyes were wide open in a slightly slanted, owlish gaze. Hey, it's me. Enhanced in their sinister intensity by the hawkbill curve of his nose and pale yellow peak of his cheeks. I think it's supposed to be an oubliette, yeah. I think it's supposed to be an oubliette. Okay, you've made Rosengarten sound incredibly based. Crescent is a brazier, thank you. I actually don't know how to pronounce that word, I'm not gonna lie. Brazier? 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 I don't know. I actually don't know how to pronounce that word. Yeah, no idea what a cuppix is. Place your hands behind your back, said the second soldier as he raised his axe over his right shoulder blade and cast it a wavering glance. We must bind your wrist to parry any attempts at escape. Be sure to make the knot a stout one, Broig. We wouldn't want our guest to take leave of our guidance. Sorry, I made this guy sound rough and tumble, but he should sound preening. I think he should sound preening. Place your hands behind your back, said the second soldier as he raised his axe over his right shoulder blade and casted a wavering glance. We must bind your wrist to parry any attempts at escape. Be sure to make the knot a stout one, Broig. We wouldn't want our guest to take leave of our guidance. There we go. There we go, that's much better. Hey, we got a second named character. No, I'm sorry. Third named character. Broig claps Grignr's left wrist and reached for the barbarian's right wrist. Grignr wrenched his right arm free and swiveled to face Broig, reaching beneath his loincloth with his right hand. The sentry grappled at his girdle for the sheathed dagger, but recoiled short of his intention as Grignr's right arm swept to his gorge. The soldier went limp, his bobbing eyes rolling beneath fluttering eyelids, a deep welt across his spouting gullet. Without lingering to observe the result of his efforts, Grignr dropped to his knees. The second soldier's axe cleft over Grignr's head in a blaze of silvered ferocity, severing several scarlet locks from his scalp. Coming to rest in the fellow's stomach, the iron head crashed through mail and flesh with splintering force, spilling a pool of crimsoned entrails over the granite paving. No, the advisor was Agfind. So we've got we've got Grignr, Agfind, and Broig. Humter, I think I will say that I don't edit fiction very often, and I don't like editing fiction very much, and I don't like writing fiction very much, so I would probably not be the right man. I could probably get this up to a level of very bad. I could probably get this up to being a very, very bad story. I don't think I could get it much above that. I think most people could, if we're honest with ourselves. I think most people could make this a lot better pretty easily. For one thing, I think that if you just deleted every single adverb, you'd already improve it pretty significantly. That might even be like a thing that I could do on stream. I might revisit this at a later time and do like a little bit of an editing stream, where we do some editing on this one. Yeah, you'd have to throw out like 3/4 of the text is the thing. Like, it would be a very short story. Mix would be up for the challenge. Mix would probably be easier to talk into doing this than me, because I get paid for doing this. I get paid for doing this, and so I would be like, no. Like, come on, man, what's the point of that? I might do it for content purposes, I guess. But Mix is easy to bait into doing things by just framing it as a challenge. Mix is even more easily manipulated by challenges than I am, and I'm pretty easily manipulated by challenges. It's pretty easy to get me to do something based off of being a challenge. They have not described what is inside the G-string. They have not said what it is. Before the sentry could wrench his axe free from his comrade's carcass, he found Grignr's massive hands clasped about his throat, choking the life from his clamped lungs. With a zealous grunt, the accordion flexed his tightly corded biceps, forcing the grim-faced soldier to one knee. I lost my spot. Oh, hold on. This is gonna get really good. With a zealous grunt, the accordion flexed his tightly corded biceps, forcing the grim soldier to one knee. The sentry plunged his right fist into Grignr's face, digging his grimy nails into the barbarian's flesh. Ejaculating a curse through rasping teeth, Grignr surged the bulk of his weight forward, bowling the besieged soldier over upon his back. The sentry's arms collapsed to his thigh, shivering convulsively, his bulging eyes staring blindly from a bloated cherry-red face. Yeah, exactly. You gotta, yeah. Rising to his feet, Grigner shook the blood from his eyes, ruffling his surly red mane as a brushfire swaying to the nighttime breeze. Stooping over the sprawled corpse of the first soldier, Grigner retrieved a small white object from the pool of congealing gore. Snorting a gusty billow of mirth, he once more concealed the tiny object beneath his loincloth, the tediously honed pelvis bone of the broken rodent. Returning his attention toward the second soldier, Grigner turned to the task of attiring his limbs. To move about freely through the dim recesses of the castle would require the grotesque garb of its soldiery. Yeah, this guy used a rat pelvis. Yeah, he used a rat pelvis bone as a shiv. That's what he did. He used a rat pelvis as a... Yep, he jerked out the rat pelvis. To a final conclusion. To an ultimate end. What the hell? What the hell? Utilizing the silence and stealth acquired in the untamed climes of his childhood, Grigner slink through twisting corridors and winding stairways, lighting his way with the confiscated torch of his dispatched guardian. Knowing where his steps were leading to, Grigner meandered aimlessly in search of an exit from the chateau's dim confines. The wild blood coursing through his veins yearned for the undefiled freedom of the livid wilderness lands. Hello, Nagi. Nagi, this is you came for an amazing one. Nagi, this is amazing. Nagi, you're going to love this one. This is great for you, Nagi. Nagi, look. Mix probably knows about this one. If Mix hasn't forced you on this, yeah, you came up in this one. Happy Year of the Snake. Let's see if I can find it. Control F, snaking. Oh, they don't actually use the verb snaking. Snaked. Snake? Yeah, there we go. The girl burst into a slow, steady whimper, stooping shakily to her knees and cringing woefully from the priest with both arms wound snake-like around the bulging jade chin rising before her scantily attired figure. Except that you don't cry. You don't cry. But you do use your arms snake-like. Your arms are snake-like because you are a snake. But yeah, no, this story sucks, man. Do you know this one, Nagi? Do you know the Eye of Argon? I'm genuinely curious if Snek knows Eye of Argon. Nagi. The Eye of Argon is... Nagi, I want you to think. I want you to think about how bad of a writer Shad is. I want you to think about Shadiversity's writing. I want you to keep that in mind. I want you to keep that in mind as we proceed. Coming upon a fork in the passage he treeked, voices accompanied by clinking footfalls discerned to his sensitive ears from the left corridor. Wishing to avoid contact, Grigner veered to the right passageway. If quested as to the purpose of his presence, his barbarous accent would reveal his identity, being that his attire was not that of the castle's mercenary troops. In grim silence, Grigner treaded down the dingily lit corridor, a stalking panther creeping warily along on padded feet. After an interminable period of wandering through the dull corridors, no gaps to break the monotony of the cold grey walls, Grigner espied a small winding stairway. Descending the flight of arced granite slabs to their posterior, Grigner was confronted by a short hallway leading to a tall, arched wooden doorway. Halting before the teeming portal, Grigner rests his shaggy head sideways upon the barrier. Detecting no sounds from within, he grasped the looped metal handle of the door, his arms surging with tremendous effort of bulging muscles, yet the door would not budge. Don't worry about it, Scaldy. It's Grigner. Retrieving his axe from where he had sheathed it beneath his girdle, he hefted it in his mighty hands with an aspized grunt, and wedging one of its blackened edges into the crack between the portal and its iron-rimed sill. Bracing his sandaled right foot against the hewn wall, teeth tightly clenched, Grigner apple-levered the oaken shaft, employing it as a lever whereby to pry open the barrier. The leather-wound hilt bending to its utmost limits of endurance, the massive portal swung open with a grating of snapped latch and rusty iron hinges. Yeah, that's apple-levered. All I can think when I see apple-levered is like moved in the manner of a bee. That's what I think. Is moved in the manner of a bee. Bees. That's all I can think of. That's what I think that means. Glancing about the dust-swirled room in the gloomily dancing glare of his flickering cresset, Grigner eyed evidences of the enclosure being nothing more than a forgotten storeroom. Miscellaneous articles required for the maintenance of a castle were piled in disorganized heaps at infrequent intervals toward the wall opposite the barbarian's piercing stare. Utilizing long, bounding strides, Grigner paced his way over to the mounds of supplies to discover if any articles of value were contained within their midst. Gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot, gotta loot. This is a lit RPG, we've gotta loot. Detecting a faint clinking sound, Grigner sprawled to his left side with the speed of a striking cobra. Landing harshly upon his back, torch and axe loudly clattering to the floor in a morass of spark and flame. An elm-woven board leaped from collapsed flooring, crashing against the jagged flooring and spewing a shower of orange and yellow sparks over Grigner's startled face. Rising uneasily to his feet, the half-stunned accordion glared down at the gruesome arm of death he had unwittingly sprung. Mrifk! What the hell is this? If not for his keen auditory organs and lightning-steeled reflexes, Grigner would have been groping through the shadowed hell pits of the Grim Reaper. He had unknowingly stumbled upon an ancient, long-forgotten booby-trap, a mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. A mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. A mistake which would have stunted the perusal of longevity of one less agile. A mechanism similar in type to that of a miniature catapult was concealed beneath two collapsible sections of granite flooring. The arm of the device was 4 feet long, boasting razor-like cleats at regular intervals along its face, with which it was to skewer the luckless body of its would-be victim. Grigner had stepped upon a concealed catch which released a small metal latch beneath the 2 granite sections, causing them to fall inward and thereby loose the spiked arm of death they precariously held in. So, on the one hand, I understand I understand that he wrote this in 1970 when some of his friends were fighting in Vietnam. I understand that component of the story. I less understand the component of the story where this is in the middle of a storeroom. Just want to remind people this is a storeroom. Partially out of curiosity and partially out of an inordinate fear of becoming a pincushion for a possible second trap, Grigner plunged his torch into the exposed gap in the floor. The floor of a second chamber stood out 7 feet below the glare. Tossing his torch through the aperture, Grigner grasped the side of an adjoining tile, dropping down. I mean, it is fairly standard Conan stuff, but usually it's not in just like a storage closet. Usually it's not in a spot that would be trafficked by people who are just trying to, like, find a mop. Imagine trying to find a mop and you get punji trapped. You get the falling log trap from Empire Strikes Back while you're trying to find the spare Windex. Glancing about the room, Grigner discovered that he had descended into the palace's mausoleum. Rectangular stone crypts cluttered the floor at evenly placed intervals. The tops of enclosures were plated with thick layers of virgin gold. Virgin gold. Virgin gold. Well, the sides were plated with white ivory, at one time sparkling, but now grown dingy through the passage of the rays of all-encompassing Mother Time. Featured at the head of each sarcophagus in tarnished silver was an expungedly carved likeness of its rotting inhabitant. Yeah, right? The royal mausoleum right next to the prison cave that's underneath the royal mausoleum that's underneath a storage closet that's booby-trapped. Virgin gold. Virgin gold makes you think of pure strain gold. Which is also not a real thing. A dingy atmosphere pervaded the air of the chamber, which sealed in the enclosure for an unknown period had grown thick and stale. Intermingling with the curdled currents was the repugnant stench of slowly moldering flesh, creeping ever slowly but surely through minute cracks in the numerous vaults. Due to the embalming of the body, their flesh decayed at a much slower rate than is normal, yet the nauseous odor was none the less repellent. Yeah, this is some Dark Souls 2 crap. This is some Dark Souls. We got a naked lady here. Towering over Grigner's head was the trap he released. The mechanism of the miniaturized catapult was cluttered with mildew and cobwebs. Notwithstanding these relics of antiquity, its efficiency remained unimpinged. To the right of the trap wound a short stairway through the recession in the ceiling, a concealed entrance leading to the mausoleum for which the catapult had been obviously erected as a silent, relentless guardian. What are you talking about, man? Climbing up the side of the device, Grigner set to the task of resetting its mechanism. In the event that a search was organized, it would prove well to leave no evidence of his presence open to wandering eyes. Perhaps, besides, it might even serve to dwindle the size of an opposing force. So he's Metal Gear Soliding it. He's solid snaking it. Descending from his perch, Grigner was startled by a faintly muffled scream of horrified desperation. His hair prickled yawkishly in disorganized clumps along his scalp. What? As a cold danced along the length of his spinal cord. No mortal barrier, human or otherwise, was capable of arousing the numbing sensation of fear inside of Grigner's smoldering soul. However, he was overwrought by the forces of the barbarian's instinctive fear of the supernatural. His mighty thews had always served to adequately conquer any tangible foe. But the intangible was something distant and terrible. Dim, horrifying tales passed by word of mouth over glimmering campfires and skins of wine had more than once served the purpose of chilling the marrowed core of his sturdy-limbed bones. Yeah, this is something he's just straight up stealing from Conan the Barbarian. One of those things I've always kind of liked about Conan the Barbarian as a series is that Robert E. Howard very consciously cast it as a self-critique, as a mirror of himself. Also from Confronting and Grey Master, that's true. But yeah, it's Conan was always always thought of, I should say, by Howard as a sort of inversion of Howard. That Howard is cowardly and Conan is brave. Howard is weak and Conan is strong. Howard is sickly and Conan is durable. But Howard is suspicious. Howard is informed. Howard is scientific. And Conan is superstitious. Conan is afraid of the dark. Conan is easily led astray by tricks. By unscientific tricks, by magics. Yet, the scream contained a strangely human quality, unlike that which Grigner imagined would come from the lungs of a demon or spirit, making Grigner take short, nervous strides advancing to the sarcophagus from which the sound was issuing. Clenching his teeth in an attempt to steel his jangled nerves, Grigner slid the engraved slab from the vault with a sharp rasp of grinding stone. Another long-drawn cry of terror-infested anguish met the barbarian, scoring like shrill piping of a demented banshee, piercing the inner fibers of his superstitious brain with a primitive dread and awe. Stooping over to espy the tomb's contents, the glittering accordion's nostrils were singed by the scorching aroma of a moldering corpse, long shut up and fermenting. Hold on a second. We souping in here. Yes, Ciela, we are souping in here. The strange the same putrid scent which permeated the entire chamber, though multiplied to a much more concentrated dosage. The shriveled, leathery packet of crumbling bones and dried, flacking flesh offered no resistance, but remained in a fixed position of perpetual vigilance, watching over its dim abode from the hollow, gaping socket. Every single time a word is repeated, I get a feeling this was written by a particularly smart Skaven. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah. The tortured cries were not coming from the tomb, but from some hidden depth below. Pulling the reeking corpse from its resting place, Grigner tossed it to the floor in a broken, mangled heap. Upon one side of the crypt's bottom was attached a series of tiny hinges, while running parallel along the opposite side of a convex railing-like protuberance, laid so as to appear as a part of the interior surface of the surface of the sarcophagus. What the hell is the sarcophagus? This is goofy. This is just goofy. Raising the slab upon its bronze hinges... Bronze? Long removed from the gaze of human eyes, Grigner perceived a scene which caused his blood to smolder, not unlike bubbling, molten lava. Directly below him was a whimpering female lay stretched upon a smooth surface marble altar. A pack of gracie-faced shaman clustered about her in a tight circular formation. Crouched over the girl was a tall, pot-bellied priest, his face dominated by a disgusting, open-mouthed grimace of sadistic glee. Suspended from the acolyte's clenched right hand was a carven, oval-faced mallet, which he waved menacingly over the girl's shadowed face, an incoherent gibberish flowing from his grinning, thick-lipped mouth. And Humter, not just on a sarcophagus, it's on the inside. It's on the bottom of the sarcophagus. The bottom of the sarcophagus has hinges. Why? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? In the face of the amorphous, broad-breasted female, stretched out alluringly before his gaping eyes, the universal whim of nature filing a plea of despair inside his white-hot soul, Grigner acted in the only manner he could perceive. Giving vent to a hoarse, throat-rending battle cry, Grigner plunged into the midst of the startled shaman, torch simmering to his left hand and axe twirling to his right hand. Yeah, breed it. Breed it. He said it a couple times before. Breed it. This is the second time that Grigner has gotten horny at inappropriate moments. A gaunt skull-faced priest standing at the far side of the altar clutched desperately at his throat, coughing furiously in an attempt to catch his breath. Lurching helplessly to and fro, this acolyte pitched headlong against the gleaming base of a massive jade idol. Writhing agonizedly against the hideous image, foam flecking his chalk-white lips, the priest struggled helplessly, the victim of an epileptic seizure. What? Just want to take a moment to say, like, I just had a seizure at this moment. Very steamed hams moment here. Like the Northern Lights at this time of day, localized precisely in your kitchen. Startled by the barbarian's stunning appearance, the chronic fit of their fellow, and the fear that Grigner might be the avant-garde. Not how avant-garde works. The avant-garde of a conquering force dedicated to the cause of destroying their degenerated cult. The Saman momentarily lost their composure. Giving vent to heedless pandemonium, the priest fell easy prey to Grigner's sweeping arc of crimson death and maiming destruction. The acolyte performing the sacrifice took a vicious blow to the stomach, hands clutching vitals and severed spinal cord as he sprawled over the altar. The disorganized priest lurched and staggered with split skulls, dismembered limbs, and spewing entrails before the enraged accordion's relentless onslaught. The howls of the maimed and dying reverberated against the walls of the tiny chamber, a chorus of hell fraught despair as the granite floor ran red with blood. The entire chamber was encompassed in the heat of raw, savage butchery, as Grigner luxuriated in the grips of primitive, beastly bloodlust. I gotta be real with you, chat. Can I be real with you, chat? Have we come far enough that realness has been earned? This is not that bad, this paragraph. This is way better than most of the other action writing that has happened here. This is way better than page 1. This is a huge improvement. Am I wrong? Like this feels like an enormous improvement to me. Yeah, maybe by the last page it'll be okay. Yeah. I have read worse action published in actual works. And you know what the trick is here? The trick was he has limited himself to one adjective per noun. It's definitely the best described scene so far. This is like merely like it needs like copy editing. It absolutely needs copy editing, but it's actually not like, yeah, use your nouns, folks. Okay, here he uses two adjectives. Primitive, beastly bloodlust, right? Primitive, beastly bloodlust. And the fact that he didn't do it ridiculously early in the paragraph, right? A gaunt, skull-faced priest. This is ridiculous. A gaunt, skull-faced priest. Ridiculous. Like, that's ridiculous. But a primitive, beastly bloodlust. This works. This is the paragraph that, like, he actually talked to a friend before he wrote it. And I think we're going to get back to, the horrible stuff soon enough. Presently all went silent, save for the ebbing groans of the sinking shaman and Grigner's heaving breath accompanied by several gusty curses. The well has run dry. No more lambs remained for the slaughter. The rampaging stead of death having taken of Grigner for... That doesn't even make sense. The rampaging stead of death having taken of Grigner for the moment... left the barbarian free to the exploitation of his other Prusials. Towering over his head was the misshapen image of the cult's hideous deity, Argon. The fantastic size of the idol in consideration of it being pure jade was enough to cause the senses of any man to stagger and reel. Yet thus was not the case for the behemoth. He had paid only casual notice to this incredible fact, while riveting the whole of his attention upon the jewel protruding from the idol's sole socket. Its masterfully cut faucets, emitting blinding rays of hypnotizing beauty. After all, a man cannot slink from a heavily guarded palace while burdened down by the intense bulk of a squatting statue, providing, of course, that the idol can even be hefted, which, in fact, was beyond the reaches of Grigner's coursing stamina. On the other hand, the jewel, gigantic as it was, would not present a hindrance of any mean concern. "Help me, please. I can make it worth your while," pleaded a soft, anguish-strewn voice wafting over Grigner's shoulders as he plucked the dull red emerald from its roots. The dull red emerald. The dull red emerald. He knows that emerald means green. Like, he knows that. Like, he knows that emerald is a synonym for green as an adjective, because he's used it before. Dull red emerald. Turning, Grigner faced the female that had lured him to this bloodbath, but whom had become all but forgotten in the heat of the battle. "You," ejaculated the accordion in a pleased tone. "I though that I had seen the last of you at the tavern, but verily I was mistaken." Grigner advanced into the grips of the female's entrancing stare, severing the golden chains that held her captive upon the altar's highly polished face of ornamental limestone. Right? Yeah, that was a poor choice. Why did you do that? Why did you do that, Grigner? "Verily I was mistaken." As Grigner lifted the girl from the altar, her arms wound dexterously about his neck, soft and smooth against his harsh exterior. "Art thou pleased that we have chanced to meet once again?" Grigner merely voiced a side grunt, returning the damsel's embrace while he smothered her trim, delicate lips between the coursing protrusions of his reeking maw. Aren't we supposed to think this guy's hot? Well, it's like fixie English, and it would work if they were sticking with it for specific characters, but like it's insane to have Grigner do it, is the thing. Like, it's really jarring for Grigner to sound super fancy. "Let us take leave of this wretched chamber," stated Grigner as he placed the female upon her feet, She swooned a moment, causing Grigner to give her support, then regained her stance. Art thou able to find your way through the accursed passages of this castle? Mrif, every one of the corridors of this damned place are identical. I was at one time a slave of Prince Agafim. His clammy touch sent a sour swill through my belly, but my efforts reaped a harvest. I gained the pig's liking, whereby he allowed me the freedom of the palace. It was through this means that I eventually managed to escape of the palace. It was a simple matter to seduce the sentry at the western gate. His trust found him with a dagger thrust his ribs. The wench stated whimsically. Whimsicoracally. There we go. Whimsicoracally. Yeah, whimsicoracally. What were you doing at that tavern whence I discovered you? Asked Grigner as he lifted the female through the opening into the mausoleum. I had sought to lay low from the palace's guards as they conducted their search for me. The tavern was seldom frequented by the palace guards, and my identity was unknown to the common soldiers. It was through the disturbance that you caused that the palace guards were attracted to the tavern. I was dragged away shortly after you were escorted to the palace. Yeah, right? 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 This lady. What are you called by, female? Cartena, daughter of Mincardos, Duke of Barwego, whose lands border along the northwestern fringes of Gorzam. I was paid as homage to Agafim upon his 38th year. Husked the femme. Femme. Yep, we're getting woke here. We're getting woke here again. Husks the femme. And I am called the barbarian, grunted Grigner in a disgusted tone. Aye, the ways of our civilization are in many ways warped and distorted, but what is your calling? She queried bustily. That one always makes me need to take a lay down. Grigner of Accordia. Ah, I have heard vaguely of Accordia. It is the hill country to the far east of the Norgelian Empire. I have also heard Agafim curse your land more than once when his troops were routed in the unaccustomed mountains and gorges, saith she. It's so bad, Cielo. It's so fucking bad. Aye, my people are not tarnished by petty luxuries and baubles. They remain fierce and unconquerable in their native climes. After reaching the hidden panel at the head of the stairway, Grigner was at a loss in regard to its operation. His fiercest heaves were as pebbles against burnished armor. Carthena depressed a small symbol included within the elaborate design upon the panel, whereupon it slowly slid into a cleft in the wall. You're correct, Toomter. You are correct. I was also thinking about that. You pulled a gem out of a statue and ignored your entire mission objective. You started with a mission objective and then you got distracted by looting. Grigner has bad ADHD. Yeah, no, I mean it's a good barbarian. Yeah, loot goblin coded. No, this is good barbarianing. I will say that this sentence sucks. This sentence sucks. Depressed a slow symbol included within the elaborate design upon which whereupon the hold on, let me do that again. Depressed a small symbol included within the elaborate design upon the panel whereupon it slowly slid into a cleft in the wall. That's no commas anywhere. What the hell is happening here, man? How did you come to be a victim of those crazed shaman? Quested Grigner as he escorted Cartena through the piles of rummage on the left side of the trap. By Agathim's orders, I was thrust into a secluded cell to await his passing of sentence. By some means, the priest of Argon acquired a set of keys to the cell. They slew the guard placed over me and abducted me to the chamber in which you chanced to come upon the scholastic sacrifice. Their hellspawn cult demands a sacrifice once every 3 moons upon its full journey through the heavens. They were startled by your unannounced appearance through the fear that you had been sent by Agathim. The prince would surely have submitted them to the most ghastly of tortures if he had ever discovered their unfaithfulness to Sargon, his bastard deity. Many of the partakers of the ritual were high nobles and high trustees of the inner palace. Agathim's pitiless wrath would have been unparalleled. All right, Cielo, have fun on your stream. Have fun on your stream. Good luck, good luck, good luck. They have no more to fear of Agathim now, bellowed Grigner in a deep, mirthful tone, a gleeful smirk upon his face. I have seen that they were delivered from his vengeance. Engrossed by Carthena's graceful stride and conversation, Grigner failed to take note of the footfalls rapidly approaching behind him. As he swung aside the arched portal linking the chamber with the corridors beyond, a maddened, blood-lusting screech reverberated from his eardrums. From his eardrums. From his eardrums. From his eardrums. Seemingly utilizing the speed of thought, Grigner swiveled to face his unknown foe. With gaping eyes and widened jaws, Grigner raised his axe above his surly mane, but he was too late. That is a great point, Humter. A sarcophagus that apparently hasn't been disturbed in decades. I mean, there's obviously got to be another entrance. Like, there's no other way, right? With wobbling knees and swimming head, the priest that had lapsed into an epileptic seizure rose unsteadily to his feet. While enacting his choking fit in writhing agony, the shaman was overlooked by Grigner. The barbarian had mistaken the seizure for the death throes of the acolyte, allowing the priest to avoid his stinging blade. The sight that met the priest's inflamed eyes nearly served to sprawl him upon the floor once more. The sacrificial sat at grim, blood-splattered silence all around him, broken only by the occasional yelps and howls of his maimed and butchered fellows. Above his head rose the hideous idol, its empty socket holding the shaman's furbished, infuriated gaze. His eyes turned to a stony glaze with the realization of the pillage and blasphemy. Due to his high susceptibility following the seizure, the priest was transformed into a raving maniac bent solely upon wreaking vengeance. With lips curled and quivering, a crust of foam dripping from them, the acolyte drew a long, wicked-looking jewel-hilted scimitar from his silver girdle and fled through the aperture in the ceiling, uttering a faintly perceptible ceremonial gibberish. New spelling of gibberish. New spelling of gibberish. This paragraph sucks. We are back to the old ways. We are back to the bad old me going on here. Excuse me. Chapter 7.5. As sweeping scimitar swung towards Grigner's head in a shadowed blur of motion with axe raised over his head, Grigner prepared to parry the blow. While gaping wide-eyed in open-mouthed perplexity, suddenly a sharp snap resounded behind the frothing shaman. The scimitar, halfway through its fatal sweep, dropped from a quivering, nerveless hand, clattering harmlessly to the Stone Age. Cutting his screech short with a bubbling red-mouthed gurgle, the lacerated acolyte staggered under the pressure of the released springboard. After a moment of hopeless struggling, the shaman buckled, sprawling face down into a widening pool of blood and entrails, his regal purple robe blending enhancingly with the swirling streams of crimson. Bled, bled, bled. Yeah, it's not actually a terror. Honestly, Humter, as a premise, I think that works as a premise for the first paragraph of a different story. I also think it is extremely funny that we have this setup and payoff. I think this is an extremely funny setup payoff pairing. The trapdoor came back. The extremely stupid catapult came back. The catapult that he bothered to reset came back. How goofy. How utterly flipping ridiculous. How utterly outrageously absurd. Okay. Mrifk, I thought I had killed the last of those dogs, muttered Grigner in a half-apathetic state. Nay, Grigner, you doubtless grew careless while giving vent to your lusts. But let us not tarry any long, lest we overtax the fates. The path leading to freedom will soon be barred. The wretch's cries must certainly have attracted unwanted attention, the wench mused. By what direction shall we pursue our flight? Sorry, hold on, back up. We're still going with wench even though we know she's an aristocrat? Up that stair and down the corridor a short distance is the concealed entrance to a tunnel seldom used by others than the prince, and known to a few others save the palace's royalty. It is used mainly by the prince when he wishes to take leave of the palace in secret. It is not always in the prince's best interest to leave his chateau in public view. Even while under a heavy guard, he is often assaulted by hurtling stones and rotting fruits. The commoners have little love for him. Lectured the Nair Lady? It is amazing that they would ever have left a pig like him become their ruler. I should imagine his people would rise up and crucify him like the dog he is. Alas, Grigner, it is not as simple as all that. His soldiers are well paid by him. So long as he keeps their wages up, they will carry out his damned wishes. The crude implements of the common folk would never stand up under an onslaught of forged blade and protective armor. They would be going to their own slaughter, stated Carthena to a confused but angered Grigner as they topped the stairway. Love to top a stairway. Yet how can they bear to live under such oppression? I would sooner die beneath the sword than live under such a dog's command, added Grigner as the pair stalked down the hall in the direction opposite that which Grigner had come. Yeah, we got some social commentary here. But all men are not of the same mold that you are born of. They choose to live as they are, so as to save their filthy necks from the chopping block, returned Carthena in a disgusted tone as she cast an aspiced glance toward the stalwart figure at her side, whose left arm wound dexterously about her slim waist, his slowly waning torch casting their images in intermingling wisps as it dangled from his left hand. Presently Carthena came upon the panel, concealed amongst the other granite slabs, and discernible only by the burned-out cresset above it. As I pushed the cresset aside, pushed the panel inward, Katrina motioned to the panel she was referring to, and twisted the cresset in a counterclockwise motion. Grigner braced his right shoulder against the walling, concentrating the force of his bulk against it. The slab gradually swung inward with a slight grating sound. Carthena stooped beneath Grigner's corded arms and crawled upon all fours into the passage beyond. Grigner followed after, easing the slab back into place. Yes, that did strike me too, Humter. It is honestly interesting how much the writer is concerned with keeping track of left and right and clockwise and counterclockwise, but then it's like an upside-down torch. We're in the home stretch, baby. Winding before the pair was a dark, musty tunnel. exhibiting tangled spider webs from its ceiling to wall and an oozing sickly slime running lazily upon its floor. Hanging from the chipped wall upon Grignir's right side was a half-moldered corpse, its grey flacking arms held in place by rusted iron manacles. Cartena flinched back into Grignir's arms at sight of the leering set in an ugly, distorted grimace, staring horribly at her from hollow, gaping sockets. This alcove must also be used by Agaphim as a torture chamber. I wonder how many of his enemies have disappeared into his haunts, never to be heard from again, pondered the hulking brute. Let us flee before we are also caught within Agaphim's ghastly clutches. The exit from this tunnel cannot be very far from here, said Cartena with a slight sob in her voice as she sagged in Grignir's encompassing embrace. Aye, it will be best to be finished with this corridor as soon as it is possible. But why do you flinch from the sight of death so? Mrift, you have seen much death this day without exhibiting such emotions, exclaimed Grignir as he led her trembling form along the dingy confines. The man hanging from the wall was Doyanta. He had committed the folly of showing affections for me in front of Agaphim. He never meant any harm by his actions. At this, Cartena broke into a slow, steady whimpering, choking her voice with gasping sobs. There was never anything between us, yet Agaphim did this to him. The beast! May the demons of hell's deepest haunts claw away at his wretched flesh for this merciless act, she prayed. That's a good insight, Humpter. I'm with you on that one. I detect that you felt more for this fellow than you wished to let on. But enough of this. We can talk of such matters after we are once more free to do so. With this, Grignir lifted the grieved female to her feet and strode onward down the corridor, supporting the bulk of her weight with his surging left arm. She sagged in his embrace. Yep. That actually makes sense to me. That's, it's not great, but it's not the worst thing. Presently, a dim light was perceptibly filtering into the tunnel, casting a dim reddish hue upon the moldy wall of the passage's grim confines. Cartena had ceased her whimpering and partially regained her composure. The tunnel's end must be nearing. Rays of sunlight are beginning to seep into... So, presently a dim light was perceptibly filtering into the tunnel. That's worse. Perceptibly filtering in. That's awful. That's awful. Grignir clammied his right hand over Cartena's mouth and with a slight struggle pulled her over to the shadows at the right-hand wall of the path, while at the same time thrusting this torch over an overhanging stone to smother its flickering rays. Be silent. I can hear footfalls approaching through the tunnel, growled Grignir in a hushed tone. All that you hear are the horses corralled at the far end of the tunnel. That is a further sign that we are nearing our goal, she stated. All that you hear is less than I hear. I heard footsteps coming towards us. Silence yourself, that we may find out whom we are being brought into contact with. I doubt that any would have thought as yet of searching this passage for us. The advantage of surprise will be upon our side, Grignir warned. Holy shit. I forgot there's calligraphy in this. It's like a stick and poke of a calligraphy. A very shaky stick and poke of a Gothic C. Cartena cast her eyes downward and ceased any further pursuit towards the conversation, an irritating habit in which she had gained an amazing proficiency. Two figures came into the pair's view from around a turn in the tunnel. They were clothed in rich, luxuriant silks and rambling on in conversation, while ignorant of their crouching foes waiting in ambush ahead. I'm trying to figure out who's talking here. That barbarian dog is cringing beneath the weight of the lash at this very moment, sire. He shall cause no more disturbance. Aye, and so it goes with any who dares to cross the path of Sargon's chosen one, said the second man. But the peasants show signs of growing unrest. They complain that they cannot feed their families while burdened with your taxes. Feet guy spotted. I shall teach those sluts the meaning of humility. Order an immediate increase upon their taxes. They dare to question my sovereign authority? Ha! They shall soon learn what true oppression can be. I will. A shadowed bulk leapt from behind a jutting promontory as it brought down a double-edged axe with the speed of a striking thought. One of the nobles sagged, lifeless, to the ground, skull split to the teeth. Grigner gasped as he observed the bisected face set in leering death agonies. Uzagotnd! The dead man's comrade, having recovered from his shock, drew a jewel-encrusted dagger from beneath the folds of his robe and lunged towards the barbarian's back. Grigner spun at the sound from behind and smashed down his crimsoned axe once more. His antagonist lunged, howling, to a stream of stagnant green water, gasping a spouting stump that had once been a wrist. Grigner raised his axe over his head and prepared to finish the incomplete job, but was deterred halfway through his lunge by a frenzied screech from behind. Cartena leaped to the head of the writhing figure, plunging a smoldering torch into the agonized face. The howls increased in their horrid intensity, stifled by the sizzling of roasting flesh, then died down until the man was reduced to a blubbering mess of squirming, insensate flesh. The thing about, the way he's using the word slut really speaks to me that the guy's thesaurus did not tell him what a slut is. That, like, he thinks a slut is just, like, a bad thing to call a person. Like, he doesn't understand that it has specifically sexual overtones. He doesn't get that. He understands it, like, it's a mean thing to say, but he thinks it's, like, a synonym for idiot. Or fool, or something like that. Which is pretty funny. Grigner advanced to Cartena's side, wincing slightly from the putrid aroma of charred flesh that rose in a puff of thick white smog throughout the chamber. Cartena reeled slightly, staring dazedly downward at her gruesome handiwork. I had to do it. It was Agaphim. I had to, she exclaimed. Sargon would have been more careful with his right-hand man, added Grigner, a smug grin upon his lips. But to hell with Sargon for now. The stench is becoming bothersome to me. With that, Grigner grasped Cartena around the waist, leading her around the bend in the cave and into the open. A ball of feral red was rising through the mist of the eastern horizon, dissipating the slinking shadow of the night. A corral stood before the pair, enclosing two grazing mares. Grigner reached into the weighted-down leather pouch dangling at his side and drew forth the scintillant red emerald he had obtained from the bloated eyebrow. Raising it toward the sun, he said, "We shall do well with the bauble, eh?" Cartena gaped at the gem, gasping in a terrified manner. The Eye of Argon! Oh, Kala! At this, the gem gave off a blinding glow, then dribbled through Grigner's fingers in a slimy red ooze. Grigner stepped back, pushing Cartena behind him. The droplets of slime slowly converged into a pulsating jelly-like mass. A single opening transfixed the blob, forming into a leech-like maw. There, the hideous transgressor of nature flowed towards Grigner, a trail of greenish slime lingering behind it. The single gap puckered repeatedly, emitting a ghastly sucking sound. Grigner spread his legs into a battle stance, steeling his quivering thews for a battle royale with a thing he knew not how to fight. Cartena wound her arms about her protector's neck, mumbling, "Kill it! Kill!" while her entire body trembled. The thing was almost upon Grigner when he buried his axe into the gristly maw. It passed through the blob and clanged upon the ground. Grigner drew his axe back with a film of yellow-green slime clinging to the blade. The thing was seemingly unaffected. Then it started to sluice up his leg. The hairs upon his nape stood on end from the slimy feel of the thing's bully bulk. The not-to-sucking sound became louder, and Grigner felt the blood being drawn from his body. With each hiss of hideous pucker, the thing increased in size. Yeah, right? That one also always grabbed the attention. Grigner shook his foot about madly in an attempt to dislodge the blob, but it clung like a leech, still feeding upon his rapidly draining life fluid. He grasped his hands, trying to rip it off, but only found his hands entangled in a sickly glue-like substance. The slimy thing continued its puckering, now having grown the size of Grigner's leg from its vampiric feast. Grigner began to reel and stagger under the blob, his chalk-white face and faltering muscles attesting to the gigantic loss of blood. Cartena slipped from Grigner in a death-like faint, a marrow-chilling scream upon her red, rubish lips. In final desperation, Grigner grasped the mouldering torch upon the ground and plunged it into the reeking maw of the travesty. A shudder passed through the thing. Grigner felt the blackness closing upon his eyes, but held on with the last ebb of his rapidly waning vitality. Hello, Kit Williams, author. Yes, this book is awful. He could feel its grip lessening as a hideous gurgling sound erupted from the writhing maw. The jelly-like mass began to bubble like a vat of boiling tar as quavers passed up and down its entire form. We have, like, 2 pages left. We have 1 page left, but I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back very, very quickly, but it's distracting me. So I'll be back in, like, under a minute. I'll be right back. Forgot that I left that warning up a second time. Whoops. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Yeah, he never published again. This book is terrible. This book is absolutely terrible. We are pretty close to the end, Kit Williams. We are pretty close to the end. Not very frequently, actually. I mostly do calligraphy. I am mostly a calligrapher. I am an editor in real life. Off stream, I do edit. But I think this might be the first actual dedicated reading stream I've done. I do writing streams where I do calligraphy, but haven't done very many reading streams. I do calligraphy, I do lectures, I play smarty pants games, I play dumb games. I am, yeah. But yes. Welcome in. I hope that you are enjoying it. With a sloshing plop, the thing fell to the ground, evaporating in a thick scarlet cloud until it retained its original size. It remained thus for a moment as the puckered maw took the shape of a protruding red eyeball, the pupil of which seemed to unravel before it the tale of creation. How a shapeless mass slithered from the quagmires of the stigmatic pool of time, only to degenerate into a leprosy of avaricious lusts. In that fleeting moment, the grim mystery of life was revealed before Grigner's ensnared gaze. Ah, you're a librarian by trade. A difficult trade to work in. The eyeball's glare turned to a sudden plea of mercy, a plea for the whole of humanity. Then the blob began to quiver with violent convulsions. The eyeball shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments and evaporated in a curling wisp of scarlet mist. The very ground beneath the thing began to vibrate and swallow it up with a belch. The thing was gone forever. All that remained was a dark red blotch upon the face of the earth, blotching things up. Shaking his head, his shaggy mane to clear the jumbled fragments of his mind, Grigner tossed the limp female over his shoulder. Mounting one of the disgruntled mares and leading the other, the wary, scarred barbarian trotted slowly off into the horizon to become a tiny pinpoint in a filtered field of swirling blue mists, leaving the noble soldiers and peasants to replace the missing monarch. Long live the king. And that's it. That is the end of the Eye of Argon. We are free from this monstrosity. That means that I get to check another thing off of the affiliate anniversary subathon. We are one more thing down from the subathon. I am very grateful. This one I had been looking forward to. This one was not a particularly difficult one to set up. Jules was here the entire time. You were here this entire freaking time. I'll allow it. Hunter. I'm not gonna be a cop about that. I guess I should add it to mine as well. Dang. But yes. Speaking as from an editing perspective, right? What can I say? From an editing perspective? I'm guessing you also missed we also did the spicy ramen today. I'm guessing you missed the spicy ramen. I am very grateful nobody did hydrate before I did that. That would have been rough. That would have been rough. But yeah, from an editing perspective, the most obvious thing is adjective addiction. Addiction, excessive, like absolute abuse of thesaurus. Total thesaurus abuse. Extreme thesaurus abuse in this one. Just absolutely a nightmare. Yeah, the orbs... there's a lot of copy editing issues that I'm not going to be too critical of. Like, a lot of people are really critical of the copy editing issues, but like, whatever, man. Whatever. Copy editing is a relatively easy fix. That's not like fundamental. Braith, there's weird fade outs in the typography, but here's moments, right? It build up a store of renewed crap. Excuse me. it built up a store of renewed vortexed energy in his overwrought soul. Overwrought is extremely the word for it. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Blue. Moments like this. Dang it, another one was coming, it didn't come. This paragraph is awful. This sucks. This is dreadful. Grigner flexed his outstretched arms while slowly twisting his right hand clockwise and his left hand counterclockwise motion. Obviously, it's an incomplete sentence, but also it's... Why do we care? The book has been making the rounds for decades. Tohu Bohu, if he's still here, he's been doing the sci-fi circuit, so he's another old, and so he knows that, like, this book has been going around for years. He did die quite young. He did die quite young, so hold on a second. So this was written in 1970 when he was 16, so he was born in 54, right? That'd be 54. So 2002 minus 54, that's only like 56, right? Or am I wrong? Or is it 46? I think that's 46. Calculator? 53. That's so young. That's really young. That's part of the reason why I kind of like, there are absolutely worse authors in a lot of ways. There are a few authors who have written as awful of individual sentences. In all of human history, there are few sentences as truly atrocious as this. Kit Williams, I am in the VTubing sphere. This is a world where people refer to 30 as geezer and hag. If you are even close to 40, you qualify as quite freaking old among these people. These people, these motherfuckers count 25-year-olds as over the hill. So... yeah, 40 is ancient, 50 is the forbidden age. But no, 53 feels so young to me. 53 feels so freaking young to me. That feels crazy to me. And like I said, I mean, I feel, you know, really quite bad in a lot of ways. Yeah, you may as well be dust according to the kids. You may as well be frigging dust according to the kids these days. But yeah, this book is genuinely awful, right? Like, this is not like... I'm trying... I don't want to be too mean about it because I think sometimes people take it a little bit far with how crap it is. And I think it's just really bad. I think it's merely extremely freaking bad. And I merely think it is very bad. And I should say that still, there's a lot of bad things going on in it. It's like, it's misogynistic, right? It's definitely a misogynistic piece of art. Like, that's unambiguous. But it's also not like staggeringly misogynistic. It's just like doesn't... It just kind of does this, like, passive, like, women are objects to be saved by and, like, tossed about and used by men. Which, like... Slabs of jellied blubber pulsating to and fro in ripples of flowing terror. This is not what a human looks like, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense. That's like a consistent sin of it. It's misogynistic at a level that is utterly unremarkable. Like, there's more misogyny in most Beatles songs, right? It's. I can think of multiple Beatles songs that are much worse. Run for Your Life. Ringo Starr in his solo career did You're 16 in Your Mind. Norwegian Wood is an incredibly misogynistic song, and I think it's got beautiful guitar part, but like, oh my god, is that a misogynistic song? This is a person who didn't really have access to a dictionary that would tell him what a slut is, which is pretty funny. Hunter pointed out that this is like a kind of Christian vibe to it, the willingness to use the word slut, but not the willingness to use the word damn or fuck, or even God. Hello, Javi. Hello, Javi. But it's not even, like, it's the level of Christianity where he doesn't even get told what a slut is. Like, he's like fully unaware of what he is saying. He's just completely out of the loop on what he is talking about. He's completely out to sea. He's using slut as like a synonym for idiot. And yeah, Javi, this was a by Harakami is also misogynistic as hell. Yep. I do actually kind of like the illustrations. I'm not gonna lie, like the yeah, I was about to say, I thought you were talking about Murakami, but I was just gonna keep on rolling. Murakami's honestly, I actually don't like Murakami very much. Little hot take, I actually don't really like him very much. But I actually kind of like these illustrations. I like this Doctor Strange. I like the orbless Doctor Strange. I think that some of the badness of this gets overplayed. There are some moments in this are awful. Where is it? Exposing his body, naked save for a loincloth brandishing a long steel broadsword. Like, yeah, so this is, again, as I've said half a dozen times, like, from an editing standpoint, I would change the majority of word choices. Oh, running is a beautiful practice. I recommend running. I recommend running as a way to stave off dying of old age. Running is very good for you. It's particularly if you're an anxious person. I started running because I didn't develop anxiety until I was firmly into middle age. I did not have anxiety as a young person at all, and then I got into middle age and I developed really bad anxiety. And so running has always been the best medicine for me. Anti-anxiety meds have been hit or miss at best, generously speaking. But running has been very good. Running has been very, very good. That was like the first thing we talked about that for like half an hour at the start of the stream. I talked about running for like half an hour. At the start of the stream. Stretching my back out a little bit. Here's a terrible paragraph, right? Here, this is the kind of paragraph that could be destroyed as like almost entirely destroyed, right? Grigner weighed his position, observing his plight, whereupon he took the soldier's advice as the only logical choice. To attempt to hack his way through his predicament could only warrant certain death, etc., etc., etc. Grigner knew he couldn't win and surrendered, hoping to escape at a later time. That's not great. That's crude. That's a crude workman-like paragraph. This sucks. This, by contrast, sucks. This, by contrast, is absolutely dreadful. I didn't actually know that does running help with autoimmunes? I don't have an autoimmune disorder. I don't. I have the other problem. So I don't know what helps with autoimmune disorders particularly. But yeah, running is very, very good for anxiety. It's very, very good for your heart. Again, as I keep on saying, the thing about cardio, running is just cardio. Like you could do other cardio. It doesn't really matter. The thing about cardio is that it teaches your body to be okay with an elevated heart rate. Because otherwise, usually when you're anxious, the elevated heart rate causes you to become even more anxious, which raises your heart rate higher, which makes you more anxious, and then you have a panic attack. So your body being trained to accept that periods of high heart rate are a normal thing that can be dealt with and just waded through is a huge improvement. Huge improvement. The noble cupped his drooping double chin in the folds of his briming palm. Good lord. Good lord. What a horrible sentence. What a disgusting sentence. What a disgusting sentence. Huge outcropping breasts. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, she breastedly down the stairs. This is very much I mean, bustily is literally an adverb in this. They literally use bustily as an adverb. They literally use bustily as an adverb. So this was my plan for today's raid. Not for today's raid. This is my plan for today's stream. We have gotten through we've gotten through number 40 and 50 on the list. And then tomorrow I'm going to get through number 100. And then we will be down to cooking, long calligraphy, and Dark Souls. Good lord, Dark Souls. If you haven't, part 3 of my Dark Souls run is going to be up on YouTube. There are 4 parts to my Dark Souls run. There are 4 parts to my Dark Souls run. There are 4 parts to the Dark Souls run. Kit Williams, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. There are 4 parts to my Dark Souls run that are getting uploaded to YouTube. This is going to be number 3 is going to go up on Sunday. And then number 4 will go up sometime later that week, and then probably on the 21st or 22nd, I will do the next part. I will start again. I will take up the Dark Souls mantle again. I am warning you, I am the worst Dark Souls player. Kit Williams, you are in for a treat. You have come to the right guy. I am taking a screenshot of this for the chat screenshot. I am immediately posting this over in the chat screenshots. You have come to the right place. I am a terrible Dark Souls player. Well, I'm not much providing Schadenfreude. I am. That's a fair German word. I am having a fine time. My chat is suffering. My chat is the ones who are suffering. I am staggeringly bad. But I think I'm playing in a perfectly sensible way, Tohu Bohu. I am going from objective to objective. That is what I am doing, as much as I can in Dark Souls. But yes, I am a staggeringly bad Dark Souls player. And what was I going to say? So we'll be returning to Dark Souls shortly. Let me go and let's take a look at the schedule because we're at the end of the week. So this was such a busy week. Next week will be less busy. But tomorrow, same time, 4 p.m. U.S. Eastern, Raina Chapeau will be joining me to teach me how to knit. It'll be my first collab with her. I'm very excited for it. I think Raina's very funny. I think she's very sweet. And so there will be a knitting stream. Next Monday, I will be doing calligraphy as is typical. I will probably not be streaming either Tuesday or Wednesday. Thursday will almost certainly be 1000... No, wait, Thursday, EG is coming on. Thursday, EG is coming on. Thursday, EG is coming here, and we're going to be discussing philosophy. We're going to be discussing some, like, Philosophy 201 level stuff, because they've gotten really invested in ontology, and I'm really invested in epistemology, and they actually asked me for some reading, and I was like, okay, here's some of the stuff that I suggest reading, you know. And I suspect that they didn't read a lot of it, because that would be insane. I even told them, don't just read a summary of Kant, don't actually read Kant. Kant is a terrible writer. And I guess that means Friday's got to be 1000 X Resist, because I want to get a move on 1000 X Resist. 1000 X Resist is like the best written game that has ever been made. I am floored by 1000 X Resist. I am completely floored by this game. It is breathtaking. It is regularly breathtaking. It is absolutely incredible. That said, we have a very important task in front of us, chat. What's our raid message? Help me out here, chat. Raiding Bustily is the first one that occurs to me. Raiding Whimsically. Let me make sure I'm spelling that right. I spelled it right! I spelled it right from memory! Oh my god, I'm so cooked. If we were raiding Bodega or Ratmost, I think I want to raid Vex. That was who I was planning on raiding. Is Ratmost on? I don't think Ratmost is on. If Ratmost were on, I would probably go for Rat Jorkin. Nah, she's not on. We're not gonna jork. We're not jorking any rats. We're not jorking any rats. What have you got for me? Blue's thinking about them orbs. Let's take a look. What are some uses of orbs? Emerald green orbs glared lustfully. The orb that had been taken for granted. Morbid, colorblind. Emerald green orbs glared lustfully is an alright one. We're definitely using stress. Double check for me, people. Is this I guess I can check it myself. Is this a tier 1? That's a tier 1 sub. Tier 1 sub, good. That's a tier 1 sub. Well, I can't do that as a raid message. I can't use a raid message as a calligraphy. That doesn't work. Doesn't work. I can't put calligraphy into other people's chats. That doesn't work. I think we're going with raiding bust, but yeah, I might do calligraphy of this entire thing. Is there any objection to raiding bustily? Oh, what have you got? What have you got for me, Toho? What have you got for me? What have you got for me? I want to hear it. I want to hear it. And do we use raid or stress? I think we use raid, actually. Let me just finish up with socials. Those are my socials. And my Discord. And let's... So, rating Bustily, and then, hold on, I have to do this. Mark, there's your old man. I literally can't remember how to type that in without, There we go. Rating Bustily. And we're going to raid Vexencat. We're going to raid Vexencat. Kit Williams, if you are still here and you don't know Vexencat, I think most of my regulars all know who Vexencat is. Then you are going to like her a lot. You are going to like her more than you like me, to be blunt. To be completely blunt, you will like her more than you like me. I think she's actually doing a gaming stream right now, which is rare for her. She mostly reads classic literature. Is her main thing. So she has a lot of classic literature reading. She's got a very nice voice. She's very charming. She's very bright. I hope you all enjoy it and are nice to Vex and don't make me look like a fool in front of the nice lady, in front of the nice librarian. I love you all. I will probably either be playing Monster Hunter World or Marvel Rivals after I have some dinner. So, yeah, love you all and goodbye.